wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. money in the bank. Hit you with the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are here at the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Open 3. Tashbunny lost a donut, your panelists for today. And today is day 2, where we are going to be seeing one match from the upper bracket of the upper semifinals and one match from the lower round ones. Yesterday was an intense match here for our, I would say, day 1 of the main channel, where we had 2 O's all around with a bunch of 9-3 halves.
Yeah, I think that was a trend yesterday, right? 9 threes across the board, 2 zeros, but as well as the substream that we saw, it was a clean 2-0 sweep. But I guess for day 2, that's where it will all change because it's a different set of opponents. Now we actually will see, at least for the first match, the best of the best in their brackets. But now we're going to be talking about the best of the best, which is Team SMG. They're going up against SYCHTE and WJ. These ladies have a lot of experience together, as well as representing the Indonesian region. But the big question is, will it go in favor of SYCHTE and WJ, or will Team SMG really show us another stomp again?
But before we answer your questions, have a look at the roadmap first. If you guys are not aware, this is what we're going to be expecting this year for the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific, where we have Stage 1 and Stage 2. Stage 1 will be the Opens, where we are right now. We had Open 1 and Open 2 already, and now we're on Open number 3. So for teams who don't manage to make it to Elite through the Opens, there will be one more chance for them, where we have Stage 2 with the LCQ coming around. Groups happening over in August all the way till September will be the playoffs. And finally, end of the day, all of this struggle, this tournament will be ending at the stage number 3, which is Elite, where one team will be going, out of the 8 that qualified, will be going to Champions end of the year. But here are your qualified teams.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams here that we usually see during the playoffs. That would be Team SMG, Orangutan X, FULLSENSE Saphire, RRQ Kaguya, SYCHTE NWJ, and Global Esports Phoenix. But of course, we have 2 new teams who qualified for Open number 3. That would be Deviant Topaz, which we saw yesterday. They tried their best, they tried their might to go against Team SMG. And yesterday, Team Anomaly No Charms, who was formerly represented by the team of NGX, but they showed us what they've got. It wasn't just enough. That was a trend that we saw yesterday, but they have now the chance to prove themselves wrong from yesterday's mistakes.
I think what's really interesting is that this time around, while we do see more new teams, one team is the only team that I would say newly qualified compared to what we saw last year. But this is going to be the prize pool that all of the girls will be having their eyes on. And I have to say that I think for most of these girls, getting to Elite is the priority instead of the total prize pool, which comes down to the bonus. Now, if you guys don't know, last year, the team that to make it to Berlin, to the Worlds per se for GC, was previously called X10 Saphire, now called FULLSENSE Saphire. In an interview that Ginny answered with FSL, I think that she said that she wanted to bring the girls there one more time, where they really want to prove themselves. Because last year, I think according to her, she felt like she fell a bit short, and they felt like their team didn't manage to prove what they wanted to show on the big stage. Regardless, just like the rest, I mean, for the team who was formerly known for AECL, now RRQ Kaguya, and also Aneri from SMG, they were the team that, you know, everyone was so sure will be going to Champions last year, and what a plot twist to see another team making up on top. So I'm really hoping that it's going to be just as exciting this year. And here is what we've seen so far, where yesterday on the mainstream and the substream, we have seen all of these 4 matches come through, and today we're going to be seeing another 4 matches.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to setting expectations, right, you would always assume that the best team will come out on top. That's not what happened last year during the championship that mattered the most for them to qualify for the championship. But at least for Open 1 and 2, we've seen a great trend happen each and every time Team SMG would stomp all of these teams towards their upper bracket run. But then they redeem themselves during the grand finals, wherein they face an opponent that is Team FULLSENSE Saphire, and then they bleed a little bit, and then FULLSENSE Saphire shows us that they have what it takes to. It just needs a bit more time, and it needs a bit more effort for them to carry through. But looking at this upper bracket, it might happen again. Team SMG might just steamroll everything, and then we can get to that expectation of them going on to the grand finals, and then face another opponent, which could be both RRQ Kaguya and or FULLSENSE Saphire. But let's see, because these teams, they have been preparing for this moment. I'm pretty sure that the rest of the 8 teams here who have qualified, they would want to set their eyes on just really beating that number 1 team in order to qualify for Elite and then win the championship there.
I think it's really exciting to see the 4 teams show, I would say, that consistency coming around. I mean, we have seen these names for so long. If you guys didn't know, NWJ Scythe was formerly known as Big Scythe. So there is a little bit of a rebrand there coming through. Regardless, it's still going to be the same teams. But if you have been looking through the teams, last year's roster may not be the same as this year. While they do maintain most of the players for most of these teams in this tournament, some of them did go through a roster reshuffle. Either, I would say, from Open 1, 2, and 3, it's very rare that one team has maintained their whole roster altogether. Now, I did talk a little bit to the players from SMG yesterday, namely Shirazi, and we did see Shirazi with Alexi after the game, and I was wondering why the swap out. And according to Shirazi, she had a little bit of she's not feeling too well, she called herself handicapped, so I didn't really understand what she was trying to say there, but clearly it just shows that she wasn't feeling too good to play. And even with a sub, or rather Tara, coming in, you can see that I would say the chemistry and the gameplay and teamwork between them is just still phenomenal, regardless of who is playing.
Yeah, I think that is just about how they really try and measure their strats and apply it on towards a specific game. But looking at Team SMG's opponents, that's Scythe and WJ, of course, you mentioned that they were formerly Big Scythe and now they have reformed new management. Will there be a new perspective? The only challenge is that there's no recorded coach in our stat sheet at the moment for this specific team. But I do know that these teams always fight until the very end to secure and to go near at least that final slot. It's more about racking up the points, ensuring that they get to Elite. And I do really want to take a look at both Marsh and as well as Sky Elise, who have been really pivotal to their games each and every time. We all know Aruphilia is the leader and the brains behind the team, but Marsh and Sky Elise, with how they use all of that concepts and those ideas, it's really where it matters most.
Yeah, but moving down to Team SMG, I think that this is a team that has really maintained their consistency. I would say in terms of, I mean, if you look at the stats in terms of all the players in GC APAC, I would say that the top three is dominated by the SMG girls. And it's honestly, we want to say that individually they're great, yes, but also they know how to play with each other, how to provide assistance and support. Whenever you see Alexi and Aneri playing the double Julius with Aneri on the Reyna, you can see Alexi not only being supplemented by Aneri's Lear, but also the double swings that come around has been phenomenal. Gohaibi being like now moved to Sentinel, I think it's been so good for her to move to that role. Because if you look at Gohaibi playing that Sentinel, it's not about just, you know, making sure that the flanks are being taken care of. It's also making sure your timings for those lurks is good. And on top of that, I think another thing that's really important is that when you look at Sentinels and you take away that pressure of having to entry a site from her, it lets her focus more on what she does best, aiming and shooting for those hits. And she delivered consistently yesterday. So we already know what SMG can bring to the table. I mean, it's talked about extensively, but what about NWJ SYCHTE? Yesterday, they went clean 2-0 against, against Global Esports, Phoenix, and they went 12-14, which was an overtime between the two teams here, which was a very close match. And this is Global Esports Phoenix's map. And then on Ascent, it was a 13-8. So I have to say that, you know, despite I did see a lot of, I would say, criticism coming in for GE Phoenix, but at the same time, it was a very close match, and I think we shouldn't discredit GE Phoenix regardless. But let's go back to the map veto for these two teams. We're going to be seeing Lotus, Haven, and Pearl.
I'm pretty surprised, right, how they really thought about selecting Lotus as their map pick, because Lotus is still going to be a good map for Team SMG. Probably they have come up with new strategies in order to counter this. It's funny because they banned their weakest map, but they let through SMG's best map, which is Pearl, and that's going to be the decider. While Team SMG, they pick where all of these players love to play, which is the map of Haven. I recall when I have casted all of the games all throughout their journey here in Game Changers in different teams, I just recalled Neri as the Jet with 4K op shots, Gohaibi as the Raze with show-stopping plays, and Alexi as the KO just dominating the server. So this is, I think map number 2 is going to be interesting, whether or not SYCHTE and WJ has a response against Team SMG. But Lotus is something that will matter the most for them, because they selected this and they have to show us that they picked this for a reason.
I mean, yesterday SMG did play Lotus, and it was, to me, it was quite a dominant map, because it was Deviant Topaz's pick, but it seemed like they rarely were able to contest the site at all. Now, coming into that first map, which was going to be Haven, yes, Haven first, I believe. So coming into that map, I think that it's really important that that for all of these teams, they understand on how exactly SMG plays site takes up space, and also the lurks. And I'm not sure if NWJ side is aware of this situation, because again, NWJ side, while they do well, pretty well. I mean, yesterday they did bring Global Esports to an overtime and won in the end. It was a very, very close map. If you want to talk about firepower between all of these teams, SMG definitely has it. And I think that in most situations for Haven, I think firepower is one of the most pivotal things that you can have, because you want to fight for that A-long, I would say, control. You want to fight for that C-long control to get you onto the site. You want to be able to win those aim jewels in those links.
Yeah, I think that's really about taking space away from the map for Haven, which as well as Lotus has as a map, because there are 3 sites similar to Haven, and the amount of space that you take away from your opponents really matters the most, because how you would try and move around the map really affects how you would play your game. I think with the likes of how RRQ would play Lotus is that they play slow and steady until they take inch by inch of map space away from you, and then that's when they strike. But that's not really the case here for Team SMG, because with how they move towards the map, sometimes when I take a look at the mini-map while I'm on the desk, you see everybody else just forming a big circle around the site, and then that's when you know that they've already lost a round. I mean, their opponents have already lost a round because of how smart they take these map control. And then as well as Tara, when it comes down to her flanks, right, she's not just alone, she's being joined by Kohibi. So this is really the challenging situation that Scythe really had to have prepared for if they picked Lotus.
And also, I think that if you look at how SMG plays that mapping from what we've seen yesterday, they are very, very proactive and aggressive. You see them play this 2-1-2 sort of formation coming around, where the other player is just sort of lurking between B and the links as well. Sometimes they even we even see Kohibi kind of pushing out, or even Tara pushing out all the way to the other side of the map to see to the T area. So coming into this, it's more about, yes, we talked about area control. So if they're able to win or be quick enough to take away space from SMG, this might just change a lot of the, I would think, the situations in their hand. But then again, if we saw what happened between Deviant Topaz yesterday, when we looked at how they played, I think another problem is that for SMG, they're so good in their post-plant plays. If you give them a lot of time to prepare for that post-plant, it's going to be a problem. So like it or not, either deny them from getting onto the site, or burst on site quickly enough to either deny that plant as they're about to do it, or quickly do it before they're allowed to reposition. But then again, the communication for SMG is just so quick. I'm just wondering how exactly they can counter this swiftness, this quickness when it comes to the team.
Yeah, I guess the best possible solution would be two things. Number one is really be proactive, proactively seek that information where they currently are within the map, assess whether or not they are going to go to one side of the map, and then try and make a move. But proactivity isn't just enough. I think you also need that precision too, because if you already have them trapped in a single corner, right, you have to be able to convert to kills, which is also Team SMG's strength. They're not just about the brains that Tara offers to them within the single a map, but also the precision that you have for Inari and the precision that you also have for Alexi. So those are two different things that you really have to balance out, which is going to be a challenge for Scythe and WJ. And then as well as with that precision, I guess it's also about not second guessing themselves. If you've already taken control of a specific map, what do you do with it? And you really have to be quick thinking when it comes to responding against Team SMG.
And also another thing that I really wanted to highlight was just we saw Toffee Waffy being able to just capture SMG in between those those rotations on those lurks, and I think this is something that is one of their weaknesses that we saw for yesterday. But the thing about SMG is that after Toffee Waffy had caught them in a 2K, 3K at that time as they were rotating between C and A, is that after that you start to see them, I would say, adjust themselves to really check before they cross. And I think this comes from mindfulness in the game, kind of like reminding, like, okay, this is our mistake from last round. What can we do coming into the next round as well? This, I would say, mid-round adjustments or mindfulness is something that I think SMG, that a lot of teams should really figure out. It's kind of like, okay, we managed to take a round away from SMG. We managed to figure it out. And I think that's the problem that Deviant Topaz has, is that when they thought that they're able to take away the round and take away the momentum, suddenly this readjustment for SMG does not allow them to play into that one, I would say, tempo or momentum. It's always about that readjustment, and I think for a lot of teams who don't have a lot of play styles or different ideas of how exactly to execute, it may be a problem.
Yeah, I think the mindfulness comes really from that experience that the team really has. But I guess in terms of the response, right, as Scythe now is going to be getting into Lotus, they also have to have that mindfulness where Alexi and Inari could be pushing up, and maybe that's the reason why Marsh and as well as Presence, they'll be picking that double duelist setup to try and counter Team SMG. But I guess what would really make a difference would be Marsh's guiding lights and all of the trailblazers that she can send through to confirm where they currently are within the map. That's the best possible response to try and stop Team SMG from aggressing even during the defense.
I'm guessing that what Scythe and WJ wants to do is to actually rally their team and answer this call for aggression. Maybe we might be seeing aggression for aggression. I won't be surprised if we're going to be seeing early skirmishes either in near rubble or even on in front of B main or even C mound. But if, say, that doesn't work, I also want to see how exactly would Marsh get this value from her utility, same as Skylise, because sometimes there are a lot of situations where you throw in that, I would say, the guiding light, the trailblazer, and it doesn't catch anything. So in that situation, how exactly are you going to utilize that information? Because SMG is just one of those teams that if they know where you are, if they get the information, there's instantly that quick rotation, that reaction. But for SYCHTE and WJ, I'm wondering if they're able to do the same. What can you do with the information or disinformation? How are they going to be working with that? And yesterday, I think the biggest takeaway I saw from Lotus, or even from the second map, I can't remember what the second map was, that I saw from Pearl, was that we didn't get to see that conversion of utility coming in from tricks, either the Flash, the Prowler. Let's see if SYCHTE and WJ can get this conversion from the utilities used.
Well, I'm pretty excited to see. It's a mirror matchup, but I don't really think that they will be looking at themselves in the mirror at the moment because they will be facing their rivals.
That's right. So for now, we're gonna toss it over to our casters. Let's take it away, ladies and gentlemen. First map of the first series of the day.
Absolutely. With all of the things that has happened in day one with the classic rounds that ANC was, again, they were stolen away from them. Now we see SMG, who, as you mentioned, the undisputed #1 of Game Changers versus a team that's been hovering between our top 3, top 4 for the longest time, and we've seen SYCHTE's growth from Open 1 till now. And I think from what we've noticed so far with their configuration is the flexibility of their players. We've seen them swap roles and do it quite effectively.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about flexibility, that brings us to the team comps for this particular Lotus, right? It's really exciting because you have that double duelist coming out. Usually you do see it only from SMG's side, but it seems like their opponents, SYCHTE, they've stepped up to the plate. They're like, you guys can do it, we can do it too. And I'm really excited to see how this Yamori Crescent's combination is going to play out because, you know, you're used to seeing that raise and how aggressive that they can get on that particular agent, but is this, like our panelists mentioned, a kind of short-term solution for them to try and get a little bit more adventurous on their defensive side? Because so far the biggest problem that teams have faced against SMG on Lotus is just a lack of response that they're able to summon against so many of SMG's set dynamic plays round after round. Every 30 seconds you see so many times that teams just get decimated because of how SMG likes to play.
And that's one of the most difficult things, really, taking on a team like SMG, right? They're constantly shifting and pretty much being like a chameleon. No matter what the situation calls for, they always have something in the playbook to deal with. Again, just to throw it back to yesterday where we saw the protocol of a Deviant Topaz really showing everything, but SMG still had an answer for it. We're hoping to see SYCHTE really elevate themselves as, once again, historically speaking, SMG has just been so consistent against everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, they're the champions, 2-time champions this year so far for a very good reason, and it's understandable when you see them play. They're just incredibly strong, and even with that roster change that our panelists did bring up with Shirazi not really being a part of the tournament so far, it doesn't seem to have cramped their style up, because not only do SMG have that firepower across cylinders, they also do have incredible aim, every single one of their players, right? You have Tara, who used to be a part of that original Alter Ego roster for 2 years, kind of at the helm of it. You have Kamiyu and Kohaibi, of course, Kohaibi being a part of SMG since the beginning, Alexi being an IGL for Bren Victress, so it's not just great aim, it's also big brains across the board.
That's true, and despite all their different backgrounds and all their different teams that they played on, for at least for some of the players on SMG, they've really bought into the system, right? Because you talked about it. Even if we get Tara on the field, or it doesn't matter if it's Shirazi or literally anybody that gets swapped out, they still play to maximum efficiency, which just adds to their, I guess, intimidation. And right now, SYCHTE, I'm really happy to see this type of mirror match because, as you mentioned, maybe they're feeling a little bit more, I guess, aggressive, because Reyna is really a heat check of a pick. I love Reyna picks. I love the chamber picks. A lot of analysts might say, yeah, but what is the strategic value of these agents? The strategic value is they can go kill, and they can kill everything. Exactly. That is my favorite strat of all time.
You just go pew pew click head.
Yes, it is an FPS game after all. The bigger the brain, the
That
bigger
is
the
true.
target, right?
That is true. That is true indeed. And of course, if you could just click those heads, it doesn't matter what kind of strats you have because, you're going to be dead and stuff. But of course, starting things off, it's a Tech Pause. Welcome to our Tech Pause podcast. It is me, Zach, joined by the amazing Raph, and we're here to entertain you while we figure out what exactly went wrong this time as we head into game. What do you think are the reasons, Raph? Speculation.
It's
Oh,
okay.
there we go. Never mind. We got it.
My
We jinxed
thoughts-
ourselves into starting the game.
It's okay. I guess that's what people mean when they say casters start the game, because we have the divine power of apparently stopping and starting maps. I wish I knew that at the start of my career, and it would have been helpful along the way. But yes, guys, we're jumping right into this, and I gotta say, we have to see Crescents really pop off, right? Because Eneri has just been so dangerous on that Reyna, especially on this map.
Yeah, what was the scores yesterday? Both games that SMG played, they were 13-3s. And the first map, Eneri had like 25 kills. The second map, Eneri had like 20 kills. Just another day at the office for her. And it seems to be the same call this time around on the safe side. You see that immediate aggression coming out of SMG, but either it was a pre-plan or it's just a good read coming out of NWJ, because they just have that C side for free. They know that SMG like to play this for retake. And banking on that, they're able to get that plant down without too much trouble.
That's the good thing about this type of comp, right? There's a lot of speed involved, and if you do get the guess right, you can snowball onto the side and get the plant without any of the players contesting you. That's a big stack, but Alexi doesn't care. She stands her ground, gets two, but Marchi has something to say about this. Orifila chiming into this conversation, a few reply kills to her fellow controller player. Skylease can't land the shot, but still, even they're all so low. Kohibi has won so many clutches in the first day alone, and the second day is no different. SMG take that first round, that pistol round.
Clutch.
There's just something to be said about watching Kohibi in that Sentinel role. All of last year, we were watching her on that race, being that big impact player, but she's even more scary on that Sentinel role. I feel like it just has to be she's like that nuclear option that you have in your arsenal, and when everything's going wrong, you just go Kohibi, you kill, and she doesn't. It's like no trouble for her at all.
I mean, you could say the same thing about every SMG player. It's like, oh, you're the last person alive. Behold. Why do I hear boss music? Is basically what happens in the clutch, right? And I really appreciate that play by Alexi. Normally when literally anybody sees that many players, you would technically like go for a fading shot and maybe just go back into safety, but Alexi holds down the crouch button and just bunkers up, gets two. Again, good replies here by NJ, but my nuclear option absolutely annihilating everything in front of her. This is how you play the Sentinel, but alas, her reign of terror will get peppered down by Marky Stinger.
One enemy remaining.
The last player alive. And I actually can't remember if this was a force or if Marchi picked up this the Stinger. Still, very, very low HP. The Guardian can pretty much tag her anywhere and it will cause many problems. And, wow, you didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway, Camus.
Overkill for real. That Guardian headshot was completely unnecessary, but anyway, that's what SMG really excels at, providing those explosive overkill rounds. And of course, again, just the precision that we've gotten used to seeing out of her for the course of today. It was a little bit of a, there wasn't too much of an investment by the side of SYCHTE, so they're gonna be feeling too sad about it. Finally gonna be heading into their full buy, almost have their Seekers online. Quite a bit to work with, but on the opposite side as well, despite it being their bonus round, Kohibi, after dying, went off that lockdown, has that hero rifle on board as well, so it's not entirely a difficult round. A head-to-head confrontation, in fact, Kohibi just spraying them down, and one-way providing so much value for Eneri and Kohibi both alike as they gain control of that spike and then push on A. That's going to be a convergence. Alexi getting that final kill and free upgrades across the board for SMG.
Man, yeah, I don't know, I'm speechless. I was thinking maybe SYCHTE has an adjustment for this, knowing that SMG would have the weaker weapons and would have huge advantage now, honestly, when it comes to just numbers. But the simplest of the dark covers and the most dangerous of Kohibis had to show themselves here. And I've always talked about how the Sentinel role and the Duelist roles are the most interchangeable in the game. It's basically the same thing. It's just the difference is you have to stay still as a Sentinel and you have to hold the W key as a Duelist.
It's just stuff of nightmares. You see Kohibi and Inari walking down C long. It doesn't matter. There's a one way to boot, and you just all go into that Shadow Realm. Really unfortunate. Now you do see SMG once again pushing the issue on this A site, knowing that they have the weapon advantage quite significantly. Lexi pulls out that showstopper as well, kind of a warning threat here as she powers forward. And will in fact be rewarded for a kill for her efforts. All that showstopper did was push the remaining players of NWJ in the opposite side, where Camille and Neri were just lying in wait for them. It's a trap across every single side of the map. Where do you even go?
As SYCHTE, that's something you have to figure out, because SMG, as we've talked about in the past too, they love to play their subunits on this map. There's a lot of advanced pushing on really either sides here, on C or A, and we've seen quite a bit of success. And they usually have a rotator towards B, but that doesn't make B the weakest side. We've seen so much damage come from that, and you're talking about how Kohibi was so close to the lockdown. It's there right now. The question is this gonna make SMG play a little more resilient, or are they gonna go for potential cheeky set play? And as we talked about, it does look like NWJ are gearing up for a B take.
Yeah, they've tried pushing the issue on A and C, and they got pushed for their own efforts. So they wanted to try something that they haven't quite really done yet, which on their buy round, looking to go into this B side. Beautiful paranoia from Tara will buy a little bit more time. He gets all of that information, and with the possibility of a rotation coming in from SMG's side,
I've got your trail.
Something else. Aware of that push out from Alexi, but still, Alexi finds the timing, finds the kills. 2 for doubles.
Spike down B.
Oh man, trouble definitely is being spelled out, at least by SMG for SYCHTE, and it's one body at a time. Crescent still has the capacity to clutch this out, but already a very quick
enemy remaining.
are being set up here, and Tara right on the queue, finding one of the last members as Alexi continuing her rampage, getting March out of the way, and SMG turning the weak side into, well, the strong side.
Got your
apparently.
trail.
The meta is whenever SMG plays has the strong side.
He has no defense. Lotus just attack. It
enemy
seems like
remaining.
today, like, what do you do? Alexi has been pushing up that A side literally every single round so far. They've found no real answer to that. And the fact that they're not able to deal with the kind of proactive pushes that SMG is doing, it's just leading to trouble for them, because they have no map control and no real plays to deal with. SMG, they are leading the bull by its horn. They are in full control of this map, across pacings, across control. Everything is just in their hands, and SYCHTE, they're gonna have to really go back to the drawing book and figure out how they can deal with this.
That is true. Very Matador style here by SMG, trying to build the aggression of SYCHTE as they push forward yet again. Neri opening up the person advantage here as Kohibi will repeat the success from Mount. He'll get caught up by Paranoia, but with a few swift steps, is gonna come out unharmed. And these weaker weapons on the side of SYCHTE really not helping their cause. Oreophilia has something still in the gas tank, and they are now pushing the pedal to the metal.
One enemy remaining.
Last as Kohibi already gets one of the last players here. Oreophilia at least will get the plant. This is quite a big investment though, at least on the side of SYCHTE. That is going to be from the shadows, available for a good minute.
Yeah, at least you get that extra money from the plants, but it was your eco round anyway, so a little bit confused, especially since Oreo didn't really have a weapon, but that's the kind of confidence. If Oreo had been perhaps able to win that first engagement against Alexi, I believe, that could have been a gun that could have been picked up, but we could talk about what could have happened, but instead it's just going to be SMG walking away with a 6th round. Now, SYCHTE, they do have those ultimates charged. They are going to be able to buy into this one. So this is a round where if maybe they take a timeout, if they can really figure out a way to deal with this kind of SMG presence, they can really make this round work out. They have the lockdown in particular, which can prove to be really pivotal in getting into either at C or B side. The problem for them is that SMG, they have literally every single ult.
That's true. Barring Tara, but she's not too far away from it. Again, Tara's one of those players too that are very, very stable. You may not see her volume crash, at least at the moment, but she is just allowing her teammates to go crazy. Lexi may have overextended a little bit. The heat check, a little too much. SMG, though, they have a lot of fallback here in terms of the ultimates that you did mention. Presence, the water, and we'll get Kohibi. That's one of the first raid bosses getting eliminated from play, and now SYCHTE swooping in and cutting down every single defender here. Camille still has the Seekers, although I doubt that she's gonna
Spike
burn it right
planted.
here. A full mag and a head full of hopes and dreams and maybe even more confidence in her heart. Go for this, but look at this. All the utility zoning her out. Right, perhaps just to make a final stand, and the numbers just a little too much to handle.
Really, really nice play coming out of sight there. They wait for SMG. They know that SMG likes to get aggressive, punish Alexi, get that initial frag. And despite Kohibi putting down that lockdown as a deterrent to not push, that's just an invitation that's taken by sight. Like, look, you have to defend the lockdown. We know where you're likely going to be positioned, and we are just going to barge in. Sure, they burned through 3 ults to do it, but it's a worthwhile investment to get them that first round, especially since SMG invested a lot of their own, only left with the Seekers for the duration of this particular round. So, all things considered, a pretty good win coming out of sight there.
That is true, and I honestly thought SMG would hold on to their ults just to keep that passive threat, but again, they wanted to respond and they wanted to keep the snowball going. 6 rounds, still very, very impressive on this defending side, but again, a fast seat take. It looks like Scythe are willing to keep repeating this action until it doesn't work, and look how far Deep Presence is. This is pretty much the curse and the blessing of being Arena. You're allowed to do this. It's actually Amori getting the kill. The trades are here. Tara, like
player
the turret, gets
standing.
2. Alexi from the sides. Unanswered just yet. Oreophilia will
Out of
not
charges.
last long enough for this spike to take down an SMG. Any momentum Scythe was getting in that previous round, completely dealt with.
Really unfortunate. Everybody got super bogged down in that fighting near Waterfall, which is understandable. You know, it was like a 3v3 kind of gladiator battle with boss music going on, and Alexi just sneaks up behind everyone and taps them on their head. Really unfortunate there, but again, SMG, they learned from their mistakes. The last time around, if you noticed, apart from Kohibi playing on site, everybody was channeling in through that Waterfall area. So this time around, there was a little bit more of a split up, and immediately SMG's minute adaptation is rewarded with another round. Alexi, again, remember, she used her showstopper, 2 rounds ago, already almost has it ready to go again. Tara with the From the Shadows as well. Both Omen ults across either side are available, so that might be very interesting when the fight does go down. But now towards C-Long, it's going to be that point of contention that one way goes down as a warning, and immediately Scythe, they respect it.
Oh, they have to. How many times have we seen Scythe just getting chopped down, right? I mean, that's the crazy thing about SMG. First, they will absolutely use the simplest plays and just pivot off that. And if you can't answer their skirmishing, which we're kind of seeing, it just becomes such a terrible, terrible thing to play against.
Guiding Light is going to give away information that there is an A presence, though I think that Camille realizes that it's more of a lurk play. Crescent's making a lot of noise. That A will lead into this possible side hit here. And Eric rotating over towards that side area. Camille swings out at the right time, at the right place to find 2 kills already. Finally taken down by Crescent, but that just gives it the spike going down. And Eric still on site, pulling it out. 1-for-1 trades. Crescent and
Last enemy remaining.
That doesn't stand. Never mind. It's all gone. SMG, they shred whatever little opposition remains.
It looked so good for Scythe. They had an opening pick, and once again, we talked about Kohibi being the last person or one of the last few players to really run into, and with a healthy Kohibi just kind of aiming her battle towards you, it just becomes that much more of a problem. Camille, though, making this retake as
1 enemy
easy and
remaining.
as painless as possible for SMG, despite the messy start. But again, we have to look at Scythe and WJ deal with this weaker buy yet again. SMG, they have an operator on an Airy. You talked about how you can never guess where the op is going.
I mean, we saw it on Camille yesterday. Shirazi, of course, the usual party, but now in Airy, this time around, though, at WJ, they take the precautions. They invest quite a bit of utility as they try to put pressure on the C side, and an Aries operator, it hasn't found anything quite yet, though those warning shots are plenty threatening at the very least. NWJ, though, still pushing the issue here. All of their members alive, 2 Bulldogs on their team, but apart from that, the economy kind of in shambles at this moment. A moment of slowdown with that dark cover coming in, and WJ, they look to make a move, but after hearing that showstopper, they just freeze.
And freeze is one of the things that SMG really want to do to their opponent, and that's how it enables their activity, really. Again, they really fan off from all these fights and all these duels. Kind of use all the space to get. And despite getting the first shot, Neri will get peppered down by all these bullets. But again, the superior weaponry on the side of SMG makes quick work of the advancing Scythe. And it looks like Scythe's blades are getting dulled by all this SMG defense that they're kind of running into.
Well, Ivy again, just for the 3K. She's having a lockdown every 3 rounds on average. It's kind of insane, honestly. But for Ivy, it's just very impressive that the WJ, they're moving steadily. They're able to, in the first 5 rounds, they couldn't even make their way onto side. At least now they're able to power forward, get that plant down, finally calling a timeout, which is good because they are going to be having a bye for this particular round, as well as some ultimates to work with. Looking at how they're playing, though, they are showing gradual improvement. The only problem is that, number one, this is their map pick, so this is where they feel comfortable, and it's not quite showing. And more than that, they're able to deal with the set plays that SMG has cooked up. They're finally, being able to find their footing and contend with that. The problem is that they still have no answer to the dynamicness of SMG and how they're able to play around whatever strategy side do cook up. So the one round that they won, they needed to burn 3 ultimates, and they were able to get those first 2 picks before a single player went down. So unless they have kind of miracle moments like that where everything goes right for them, they're just struggling here, Raf.
SMG, they really make everything painful and expensive, and you talked about just the base cost or the capital per se that Scythe have to put forward to get anything off this SMG squad is just so daunting, right? And SMG, I think we saw this yesterday actually against Deviant Topaz, where at the beginning the gap doesn't look that big, but the adjustment speed by SMG is just completely blistering, and it just comes to the point where they're pretty much lapping the opposing team. But it's another C default here, Zach, as NWJ running into a little bit of utility resistance.
Yeah, just a little bit. You see that Yamori has brought out the judge, so definitely deal a nasty chunk of damage. Does take down a Neri, 1-for-1 trade so far. The fight was finally thrown out.
Planted.
Now, for the side, Yamori and Skyler,
One enemy remaining.
He's able to finally strike back. Comes down to 1v3 for Oreo right now. Has a really good position, able to find that still looking fairly healthy. Tries to isolate the fight, but Tara just wraps around and takes down the counterpart. It seems like for this entire game, Oreophilia has been having a really good one. It's just that compared to the rest of SMG, it's a little bit of a team difference. There's just no other way to phrase it.
Last round in the
Scythe
half.
is really doing their best to condition with these heavy side hits, but they're not meeting any resistance whatsoever when it comes to just the gunfights on these, I guess on their first few seconds. But the utility is already doing so much damage, and I feel like SMG has completely locked out the rest of Scythe's playbook when it comes to just overall trying to chip away. We don't really see a lot of poking. We are not really seeing a lot of those more reserved, I guess, defaults on the side of Scythe. And right now I feel like they're just trying to take as much momentum as possible, but how can you do that when Alexi's just so sharp?
That is just illegal here. Now Neri on the hunt here has the Empress popped out, looking for a little bit more. Again, SMG, they're so good at setting up these minor crossfires across every choke point. 2 players now for NWJ to deal with because they're investing the line to go forward, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And Neri's position smoked out as well, and
I've got your trail.
Capitalize off the back of that, utilizing that initial advantage that SMG had found out, putting in those seekers now to go forward onto the C side, and they make their way. The problem is that so far, even if they get that spike down, their postman has been a bit awkward, especially in even number situations. It's just been around and to fix it.
That is a very, very good question, and an astute observation. These post-spawns have been brutal for Scythe. And without any supporting utility at this point in time, it's really going to come down to all these fights. Now Scythe looking a little sharper and quite better as they finally get another round on the board. And
Switching
took
sides.
quite a bit, but once again, I'll say this. It's difficult, but not impossible. Winnable is the the best word in the world if you're a competitor. It's winnable no matter what. And my goodness, Alexa, what is that?
Player standing.
Just quick as Alexi doing Alexi things for today. But like you mentioned, Ralph, it ain't over until it's over, and we are gonna be swapping sides right now. And they do manage to find that second round, but will that be enough as we head into the second half? Panelists, let us know what your thoughts.
A very insane first half, I have to say, and I have never, while it was so heavily toward in favor of SMG, I have to say that SMG was definitely challenged in these rounds. A lot of the rounds between these two teams always end up with either 2 or less surviving from SMG. It does look dominant, but side does come pretty close to sealing the deal. Now, we saw a lot of movement, in my opinion, by Alexi, who was just not afraid to take up space and just quickly just shut down anyone in the front line. Yes, Aneri gets picked off so very early, but you always see an answer by NWJ.
Yeah, I think they really do move like units. They look like a SWAT team and trying to cover their ground here towards the site. You have the flank unit and you have the defensive units for the team SMG. And I think what really won NWJ their round, side NWJ their round, was their use of their ultimate in order to be able to try and take a site. But moving forward, I think during now the defense, they need to be able to be more proactive in claiming those ultimate orbs. They have to really be able to manage their economy very well, because in some of those rounds, the reason why Team SMG won it is because they don't really have enough. They weren't really prepared for these pushes, and I think that's really the most possible solution for them to get more rounds in their favor.
Yeah, but it is looking very rough for the NWJ side. It is not there. It is their map pick. So let's see if they can come back on the second half. Gonna toss it over to our casters, Raph and Zach.
Thank you guys, and what we're getting from that analysis is never bring a scythe to an SMG fight. The range just doesn't make sense. And here we are again. My name is Raph, of course, joined by the wonderful Zach as we tune into potentially a brutal second half.
I feel like SMG took yesterday's performance personally. They were like 9-3 halves. We can do better. And that's just the first game that we're seeing coming in today at the 10-2 scoreline. Now, side's going to be swapping over, of course, SMG on attack. The thing is, Raph, I don't know how you feel, but all this time it felt like SMG were on attack. I don't know. I don't know if you feel this as well.
I mean, like we said, right? It's just so easy to mix up what side SMG is playing on. It's like, okay, guys, here we have the side select. What are you playing on? Attack. What? Attack. Everywhere. Defense? Do you mean static attack? And maybe we're gonna see more of that as this pistol round will chug along. As Scythe, they have a different philosophy on this approach. They have a very, very heavy stack towards C and a fairly open B at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to go in for the retake. I mean, B side is probably one of the easier ones to deal with on this particular map, especially since there are so many areas of control that you can really swoop in from. SMG themselves, though, they look to go towards this A part of the map instead. There is a situation that they have to deal with, and Aneri takes care of it. No trouble at all. A very good rotation over from NWJ, and off the back of that, Marsha able to find that first crucial kill onto Aneri, taking down that overhealed Reyna. Spike does go down, but Alexi, again, trying to get more able to trade back. The flank from Kohaibi, though, it might be everything here. 1-2 already coming through.
And here we are, despite having the firepower advantage with that sheriff, as Marchi is gonna pepper her down.
One
with
enemy
a few
remaining.
precise shots. And wow, yet another one. Camus falls. Tara so close to being eliminated here. And just a love tap on the side will get a round on the board for NWJ. And this is already such a fantastic start for them. Now, the number one priority is to really convert on the anti-eco and the rounds moving forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that was a problem that most teams faced yesterday. Not just against the but in general. You buy up and then you lose your anti-eco round, and then you're just kind of messed up for the next few rounds after that. So, talking about this particular round, the really nice movement and utility usage coming out of Marche. Sure, there was a little bit of a team flash, but aside from that, precise headshots, exactly what you need when you're dealing with a team like SMG. You can't make a mistake and whiff, because they will not let you deal with it a second time. But excellent positioning and spacing coming out of the two remaining players to make that retake setup work out. SMG now, despite getting the plants, they're not going to be investing too much into this round.
I got distracted by the animation here.
Shiny.
Yeah, guys, and this is just a public service announcement to never stick aluminum balls into microwaves. Those that's very dangerous. Don't do it. Or if you ever do it, please take a video of it and check it. But with Presence here already being the
Spike
fire
down,
starter
C.
as she is heating up, getting 2 big kills. And again, prioritizing
One
the
enemy
here, right?
remaining.
Maybe farming a few orbs for herself. Or Ophelia has to take the security of the round and deny the ace for Crescent.
just
Still,
batteries.
very, very well played by NWJ.
Yeah, that was a quick one. You know, a lot of times you do see things getting a bit devastating with a couple of nice sheriff shots out of SMG, but this time around, NWJ, they don't make the same mistakes that other teams made yesterday. They put the pedal to the metal and finished the job here, setting them up for a very, very nice bonus round because they have weapons across the board. Sure, it might not be as much firepower compared to rifle, but especially in these close kind of scenarios, Yamori with that judge might be able to do quite a bit of damage. SMG now have their sights set on this A site. This is where they try to go in the pistol. Now there's a little bit more backup on the site, aside from just the killjoy. There's another teammate to try and help out here. Skylee's already putting down the utility to try and deny this push forward, but it hasn't stopped SMG at all. And Eri just charging forward, already finding that first kill and opening up the site.
And indeed, it is opened up as Imori still looking to close the distance with this judge. And the judge has been a fairly common weapon in the last 2 days, and we found success here. SMG know that is going to be the warning shot, and you only fire once as Imori is still lurking around the corner. And Eri will get out scot-free with that dismiss, but the rest of the team is picking it up. A pretty decent situation for both sides here, but Yamori just one click away.
One enemy
You
remaining.
see a crouching Kamiyu. Tara and Kohaibi will close it out, and still a pretty acceptable round on the side of NWJ. They made it fairly expensive, and the only thing they really have to worry about now is that their margin for errors is just that low. SMG very, very close to match point.
Always been taking this map number 1 in their favor, but like you mentioned, really nice economic damage. They're taking out 3 rifles from the hands of SMG. They'll have the Seekers online for next round. On this defensive side, Marcia in particular has been incredibly impressive with just the sheer awareness that she's been displaying over the course of the rounds here. Just checking every single corner, being very methodical about utility usage as well. And once again, SMG, after creating those quick and heavy hits, they look to slow things down just a little bit. They are still rushing up towards that A site, but you also do see presence across other sides of the map.
And yes, they're trying to pull as much away from an individual site, and once again, SMG hinging off that individual firepower. Right now, everybody's just being as patient as possible. Kohaibi is like a tree, not moving a muscle. I would love to have this type of dedication and patience, honestly, but because of that, it's paying off. I think we see a little bit of over-receptiveness on the side of NWJ.
Got your trail.
Finally, gonna be the Empress pop along with the Seekers to make their way into the propelling forward here. And Alexia already satcheling through with that Jud, able to find that crucial
Spike
first
planted.
blood. Now, with that spike going down, it's going to be NWJ on a little bit of a backup situation. Have to clear so many kills before they can really head forward. And Eri just bring the battle for them in their own house. 2 kills already.
One enemy remaining.
But Eri quick to strike back for all the round for her. This is why Eri is the queen of APAC, and this is why people
Match
have
point.
always been terrified of her.
The Queen, the Empress. She's claimed her stake, and her kingdom remains unchallenged as she gets another massive 4K here. And it's these types of plays where it's
One
really
enemy
demoralizing if you're playing against it, because, oh my goodness, we had so many chances. We double peaked, and the mistakes they made were very, very minute. But again, Neri is here to just be an absolute terminator. SMG, match point already. And NWJ not having the best arsenals to really work with. A quick hit towards C will be on the table, and NWJ will go for a more flank-oriented take on this defensive side.
Not much for them to really work with in this final round. Match point and 3 of your players on sheriffs is a less than ideal situation. Playing Kenny, like you mentioned, 4 players from NWJ just trying to kind of lead it up, but SMG's post plan is already quite heavily set up towards the side control. Beautiful shot from Yamori, though, will take down Tara in paranoia, letting NWJ kind of put on the side here. Eri, though, already making it expensive, making it heavy. 3 kills on the round for the right now.
Last enemy remaining.
And 2 left. Alexi with the judge chiming in. It's all down to
predicted this.
and unfortunately for her, she will just walk into Kohaibi's waiting embrace. It is going to be a 13-4 for SMG on this map number 1, stealing away NWJ's map pick and doing it in style.
Again, Aneri was just like the boogeyman there. Like, you were not seeing her on camera on the last few kills, but she was just doing so much work. She is the reason why some of the teams are scared of the dark. It's not any botser, it's Aneri rocking the server, the 3Ks, the 4Ks, and basically everything she's been throwing at them. But again, this is still quite a long series, guys, so SYCHTE, they still have time to really pick it up and regroup.
Pretty much so, yeah, but overall, we did see a couple of really good rounds from them. In particular, on this defensive side, Marsha was very, very impressive with how much damage she was able to do, but I think that throughout, SMG was just incredibly impressive. But hey, that's why we have our wonderful panelists. Break it down for us, guys.
Thank you very much, and here we are, the end of Map 1 Series 1, SMG and WJ. SMG taking a sweep, 12-4 I believe, sorry, 13-4 I believe, for the point. And I have to say that, again, despite the round sounding very, very near and far apart, each round was very close, where we saw at least maybe 2 players left for SMG most of the time. Now, for the second half, NWJ did win pistols, they did win the anti-eco, but the problem now was for round number 3, we also did see NWJ win that as well. It was round number 4 where we start to see SMG start to understand how exactly NWJ plays on the attack, and I think it's a very interesting situation because I think in these sort of fights, sometimes we see like it's getting very close between SMG and the other team. But SMG is the type of team that once they understand how the takes and how the attacks happen, it's going to be a bit of a struggle until they figure it out, and then they start to snowball.
Yeah, these were close rounds, but the close calls weren't won by NWJ at all. It all boils down to Team SMG winning these rounds because of their patience. And I see a very big difference with how they played before in Open 1 and 2 to now Open 3, because I think the casters and Raf mentioned this, that Kohaibi wasn't moving a muscle at all. She was just patiently waiting on towards the site, waiting for them to push and then get these kills for herself. So despite Aneri getting all of these kills, being very, very aggressive, she still wins the MVP for this specific map because of her sheer will to try and protect the site at all costs. And even if she did so well, it wasn't just her defensive plays that made SMG really tip over the balance in their favor. It was also about the productivity of both Aneri and Alexi to get the first kills each and every time. That's a big difference, 12 versus 5 in terms of their first kills, and even the post plants. Sometimes it doesn't come through anymore because Team SMG, they don't let them in at all.
I think what's really important to talk about is that while it did seem like Aneri was having a pretty hard time in the first half, she was still getting those early pickoffs. It's just a matter of she wasn't able to dismiss on time and she was immediately traded out. But in that trade at the same time, we also are seeing Aneri Alexi just jump in and get those multi-frags. And this is echoed throughout. Regardless, we also are seeing MVP Kohaibi here, and I think this is well deserved. She has actually been able to not only anchor the site all alone, buying a lot of time till her teammates came through, or she would just back off and play with her teammates together, or she would have the perfect timing on that flank just to clutch rounds perfectly. We've seen a 1v2, 1v3 by her, and she seems to win them all the time. Now, coming into that, I think NWJ did sort of figure out how to play against SMG, but it was a little bit too little too late. By that time, it was already 10-4, and it felt like, yeah, they were understanding that, you know, that they need to punish Alexi or Neri for playing early. They understand that the fast pushes will always give them a lot of value, and they're getting a lot of value from the post for the post plants. But in this situation, again, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room to work with, and I think end of the day it was just a little bit too little too late. And I think this is the sentiment that is echoed by a lot of teams that have faced up against SMG. Regardless, we are gonna be going to SMG's map pick after. I think it's gonna be very interesting how actually they navigate another 3-site play style, which is gonna be Haven. So we're gonna go to break first. After this, Haven coming right at you, SMG versus NWJ.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Open 3. Tashbunny alongside Donut, your panelists for today. And today has been very exciting, at least for the first map, where we saw, well, it is a 13-4 score here between SMG and NWJ side. It was still very, very close rounds. Now, coming into map number 2, we're also going to be playing a 3-side map, which is going to be Haven. Now, I'm not too sure how exactly or what exactly NWJ has learned from the first map, but let's break down what we saw yesterday from NWJ side, because from yesterday, from what I've seen, it was an overtime between GE Phoenix and NWJ side.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to the closeness of the rounds, right, it just becomes that mid-round decision whether or not to push, to control, to try and claim the site, play together. That's what NWJ did lack for the game in Lotus. But now coming into Haven, which is the playground of Team SMG, even if you try and select a map in your favor like Lotus, you still have to face a map pick of your opponent. And Haven isn't going to be an easy task for Team SYCHTE and WJ because, you know, we all know these players to be very comfy in this specific map. No matter what the change of roles we see from them, they just really embody that grace and that majestic play of Game Changers VALORANT from Team SMG. So I'm not really too sure if we can provide a solution for SYCHTE NWJ as quick as possible, because we didn't really see those signs of life from the map of Pearl. It's just really more about being precise about the decisions and about just really, if you have to make a decision right here, right now, just stick to it and, you know, let the risks come into play.
I think that when we look at yesterday, technically SMG was supposed to play Haven and they weren't able to because it was a map number 3. Now, if you look at stats here, we did see a 13-2-3 in against the last time they played, I believe, was against FULLSENSE Saphire. And in this particular map, I think while it was so dominating, it can be very scary. And I believe that for SMG, the bigger the map, the better it is for them, because they are a team who are very, very confident to play separately and play alone. When we see a 1v3, a 1v2 situation by Kohaibi, by Alexi, by Aneri, there are so many times, maybe 60% of the time, they are going to win those fights. Now, coming into this map in particular, we are going to be seeing Camille on that breach, which I think can give a lot of value. Alexi will be taking a step back from a Julius role and running into that Sova.
Yeah, and Tara here now is going to play the Astra. She has been like a player to look out for when it comes to that Astra role.
Yeah,
but on
really
towards sites, yeah, I mean, she's very insane, and that's a big agent to try and counter for SYCHTE and WJ because
I was gonna say another one that I really want to talk about is Yamori on the Jet, and it's been so long since I've seen her play that Jet. And I remembered when she used to play Jet, it was always very, very sharp, very, very quick. But what do you think? What do you think Yamori can bring in terms of her playstyle for this map?
Yeah, I mean, Yamori, she's good with the operator. She is quick on her toes. She does like to play aggressive as well. It just boils down to how Marsh and Presence are able to, you know, try and support her to try and claim that site, even during the retakes or even during the offense. Because Yamori, she's very good and precise, so as long as she gains that confidence, and I feel like that's what's lacking for SYCHTE and WJ. If you know that there are people rallying behind you, then you're not gonna second guess yourself as a Jet. You can dash in and towards that site and get the kills all that you want. It just is about the support that you gain from your teammates too.
I would really like to see Yamori try to survive the entry. While she can get 1 pick, I would love her to be able to get onto the site, get a pick, and go beyond that. Maybe perhaps try to survive, to play post plant, or even push out toward the link area to be able to take up more space. Regardless, it's going to be, again, it's so dependent on what you said earlier about what kind of support her teammates can give to her. Either their, you know, information, the flashes, or even the smokes. Regardless, let's see this all answered as we go to map number 2, SMG's map pick. This is going to be Haven.
All eyes on our front line as our panel talks about the support and how they can enable their stars. And once again, guys, my name is Raph, that wonderful, wonderful human being, that beautiful analysis, that great mind is Zahk. I think it's this way. I think, oh, there you go. There you go. There
it's
you
me.
Go. Yes.
It's me. Thank you very much for that wonderful intro, Raph. And honestly, this game is gonna be pretty interesting. You know, I think that we have a lot coming up ahead. I feel like there's a voice in my brain telling me to call you Tashbunny there, Raph. I thought you were actually Taylor, but it seems like Raph just has so many multiple personalities that you're just encompassing it all. But back to Haven, right? That was a really good point that our panel brought up about Yamori and how much impact that she needs to have on that jet role, because on that first map, it was just a little bit difficult for her.
Oh yeah, difficult is definitely a buzzword that we like to bring up, especially playing against SMG. But I don't know if this is a running gag, but we all know that the more Filipinos you have on your team, the higher the chance you have to win Haven. And it's a little worrying for Scythe, but SMG, jokes aside, have been very, very proficient on this map, whether they play as aggressive as they usually do, or if they go for that more receded style. So we are very, very interested to see what Scythe has prepared for Haven for this map.
I hope they have prepared something, because this is SMG's home ground. They've had a pretty nice win streak on this particular map. Historically, I think that, you know, while most of the time they're able to pull off a pretty dominant win on this, it's gonna take a lot of work for Scythe to really like deny SMG any kind of presence on this, because the only team that took them down on this particular map so far this year has been FULLSENSE Saphire, and even that was a very close, very protected game. So perhaps you can really figure out what exactly you're going to be learning from it. Bit of a mirror comp all the way like we talked about at SMG. They're very good spots on this side where there's quite a bit of heavy defenders.
Well, that has never stopped SMG before, as Aneri not being on the Reyna, but being on the Swifter Jet gets already 2. Presence tries to get as much value as you can before she gets peppered out. That's a lot of players getting scammed here on the side of SMG, but again, they're not here for stealth. They want their presence to be known. March, she has something to say about this. The shock dart, perhaps not landing, but Tara, where did Tara come from?
Tara just sneaks around. Tara's like, you guys run on the side, be the distraction. If you don't kill it, everybody, oh, come for me, I don't take care of it anyway. So the backup plan this time around seems to be Tara, but really, really basic stuff that SMG does so well, right? If you look at it, that garage C-split, we've been seeing it since this map came out into play, but SMG, they're just so clean with it, and Eri finds that huge opener, and after that, they're just able to flood their way onto site, despite NWJ having 3 players on that side to prevent this exact outcome. SMG, they were just ready for it, and they were able to kind of roll with it now. Bit of an upgraded vibe for them this time around, swapping things to that A side of the map as they just once again WP their way forward.
Well, W also stands for winning, and SMG has grown a fondness for this word. And Aneri will take a little bit of attention away, but the dark cover is going to eliminate any sightlines for the rest of their team. Aneri swings out, plants the duelist, and that is going to be just a quick cleanup. And again, Yamori, the panel has talked about how much support she needs from her team to take and duel as cleanly as possible, especially against this type of composition where SMG can just hit really, really fast.
Fast hits are the key words so far, at least. And now on this bonus round, SMG, they have quite a bit to work with. They lost Aneri, but her Vandal was retrieved by Kohibi, only had a ghost, so no economic damage done at all. And more than that, Kohibi, as always, going in for that pistol in that second round, will be able to upgrade fully to a Vandal for the course of this one. So this bonus suddenly looking quite a bit hefty. SMG, after that conditioning for those quick hits, they've slowed things around. Ooh, nice little damage being done through the smoke there to Aneri. We're dulling the tip of the spear at least just a little bit, but it's going to be SMG pulling for some mid plays instead this time around.
I like how Alexi just takes a moment to look at Aneri's HP and just says, well, probably think to herself, well, that's unfortunate. We could have lived with a little bit more HP, but Aneri, despite pre-aiming for the window, gets the quick adjustment in Oreophilia. And once again, speed is the name of the game, despite being tagged down to 2 HP. Sky Elise has a little bit of trouble. No! Completely easy as she guns down everybody. Tara responds in time and even gets another run on Marty, who's trying to support this side. Suddenly it's down to a 1v1. Early heroics into the final kill, but she runs out of bullets. Oh no!
For Yamori, that's an oh yes, because that's exactly what gets NWJ their first round. Full buy round, lots invested, and they lost 4 players, but hey, at least they walk away with the win. And of course, that early tag by Yamori on Teneri, because it is going to be this turret from Skyly taking down Teneri, opening things up. And
One enemy remaining.
They're Skyly's finding the timing to find all of those kills towards that garage area. Tara, of course, still in that backline, almost clutches up that 1v3, but at the
Get
end
out
of
of my way!
like you mentioned, no bullets, no kill, and Yamori will find that win. Now, feeling a little bit more confident, looking to get a bit more aggressive. First points of contact towards short here, Cash triggered, and will be invested against that zone, but it might just be a bait and play, because look at Marsh's position.
It could potentially be of that nature, but Yamori has already exposed her position, being a little more vertical. Like you mentioned, March is here, swings off the stun. I don't think they saw. Oh no, they did see her on the cross. Action is happening elsewhere. March has her eyes trained towards Sewer and will get the turnaround kill. A big 3K to get things going for Scythe. And
One step closer.
man, I just kind of want to go back on that turret kill. I think that's the second one, or at least the second one we've seen. I think the first one was with RQ yesterday on Fracture. Yeah.
Yeah, this is number 2 on this particular stream so far. If anybody is watching the other stream, where I believe we do have games happening, please let us know how many turret kills there are, because Raph and I are keeping like a counter. But apart from that particular round, really nice plays coming out of NWJ. Of course, Yamori being that bait, just creating so much havoc and setting up Marche to get that 3K. Incredibly nice. Again, the adjustment from SMG though to put down that early shock dart to prevent that exact outcome. NWJ, they're looking just a bit more confident, taking a little bit more space, especially on that B side, and just gaining a lot of information from it.
That's true, and we see a bit of a reaction here on Sky trying to get a little bit of value off that turret contact. But so far, SMG, their point of interest for now is B, as they try to find a straight pick. They want to take as many weapons as possible, but these sheriff shots are just exposing this weaker armory. And NWJ, they're getting bits and pieces of information on what the arsenal is like. The execute is going to come, however, this jet smoke is going to fade. Thankfully, Presence is here to just stop any shenanigans from happening on Inari's side, and yet another victim of Presence cleverness is here. Gets a third, potentially a fourth, but Kohaibi again so sharp with a 6-shooter. Unfortunately, she cannot ride into the sunset as Alexi, last one standing, can't really line up the shot for the close cut. And okay, my bad. She lines up everything. Okay. Wow.
Well, really nice round coming out of NWJ there to bait in and manage that successful retake, especially the patience out of Crescents towards that link. But my god, Alexi, what did you have for breakfast there? Princess Alexi showing us how it's done. Doesn't deny the defuse, but still makes it a bit of an expensive round for NWJ. However, for NWJ, that's 3 wins in a row. That means that they've able to build up not just a couple of ults, but also that economic buffer. And finally, that operator that our panelists talk about coming online with Mori might be a huge difference maker. You do see that Jet position switching over towards that C side instead, but unfortunately for NWJ, it does seem to be that initial point of interest for SMG this time around.
They do have a Cosmic Divide to burn if they choose to do so. NWJ, they do have the Rolling Thunder as well. And it might be a very reactive round here unless we get a full-on contact play here. But we have Tara being eliminated, so the smokes are gonna be unavailable for SMG for now. This could be a major turning point for them, especially when Ophelia gets a massive double kill like that. Kohaibi and Alexi, they have a lot in the bank. Maybe the save call is gonna be looming in their minds right now.
So Kohaibi is 1 off of that lockdown, but in a 2v5, right, you really have to find those kills and utilize some of that advantage before you can really get that spike down. At least for the side of SMG, they have some time to work with. 30 seconds left on the clock, but they're gonna have to be quick about it because they still have to take so many
30 seconds left.
For NWJ, they're sticking to their B-side for retake strategy that has served them so well so far. Crescent's gonna be that first obstacle, that first point of contact, spots out both of these players, and now going in for the flash and the fight. Will deny full flash coming in, but it's gonna be Ivy finding a 1-for-1 trade. 2v5, 2 kills found, but not much more else as NWJ, they extend their lead to 4, and they're looking so confident here, Ralph. Really, really clean work coming out of them.
As we mentioned earlier, we're really hoping to see a big adjustment on the side of SYCHTE, as potentially big as their improvements across the board from 1 to now. SMG,
remaining.
how do they conquer this type of deficit? Because again, 2 rounds, not the biggest deal, but NWJ have been converting all the rounds that they need to, plus Yamori now has the operator, so they might just bully this this composition just a little bit. Gohaibi does have that lockdown and pretty much all of the high impact ults on SMG side, but maybe, just maybe, they're gonna be a little more conservative again.
Indeed, with the economy being on its last legs, you do have those couple of hero rifles. It's gonna take burning a lot of these ults to make it work out, but only if they can get that initial advantage. So far, SMG, they've been struggling to really make headway into those sites with an advantage. Area again being able to dash in, and with that lockdown available on both sides, it's a question of who puts it down first, because it's just gonna be encountered second time around. SMG, though, they're able to get the plant without really investing anything crucial, and that just leaves so much more available for that post-plant.
You are
And that
divided.
it does. Here we go, the Cosmic Divide is here, potentially forcing SYCHTE to, again, just be a little more coordinated on their hit. This operator is going to completely null and void. Alexi is going to eliminate the lockdown, so at least that's the counterplay that they're looking for. Oh, I thought she avoided that scan. A little peculiar there, but this is so much time, and Alexi continues the rampage. That's 2, that's value, as she will finally fall to Sky Elise, but the backpedal has begun. Time is not going to be on the side of SYCHTE, and that was enough to deter them from even attempting this round. Alexi just was not happy losing that earlier eco.
Yeah, more than makes up for it. This time around, sure, shots are everything that SMG needs to set themselves up for success, but they really played that round to perfection, right? They don't burn anything until they get that spike down, knowing that NWJ is most likely playing for retake because of Sky Elise's lockdown. They get the spike down, and ult by ult, they just buy time off of it. That Cosmic Divide from Dara buys like about 10 seconds. The lockdown after that, Gohaibi, another 8 seconds. And the final nail in the coffin, of course, like you mentioned, was Alexi. So at that juncture, it's just better to go for a 3-person save and hold on to especially this operator for that next round. Once again, SMG applying that early pressure in the area. That's the atmosphere that we so often talked about on this A side. And they're being more methodical about it, though.
Absolutely, a little more poking and prodding here as they try to get potentially a reaction out of SYCHTE.
Right there.
SYCHTE have a good read on this. Not entirely sure if SMG wants to win, especially with Sky Elise falling like that. The trades are still pretty even. The Rolling Thunder is here. The burst is gonna come out. Look at the courage of Yamori just walking through that smoke, but unfortunately can't land the shot. It's not gonna give them the space they need to, again, go for this retake. A slight advantage here, but again, we cannot discount how lethal that operator is. SMG, they put full respect. They are going to be playing from cover and just a lot of closer angles to just eliminate the strength of this bolt action rifle. Tara, she's thinking about it. She wants to swing off of this. The smoke will not save her, however, and Yamori, she is going to be an absolute beast. Cannot get the follow-up, though. And Oreophilia, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders, does not know that this is going to be a double up. But what a spray transfer! My goodness, that is pretty much divine intervention there for SYCHTE as SMG. They get the Whooppled over their eyes. SYCHTE with an emphatic clutch.
Insane work from Oreophilia. Put some respect on that name after that round. Not that anybody needed to introduce her before.
enemy
Absolutely polished. Leading to high pressure situation and the prey transfer, yes, because that was literally a prayer answered. Coming out for Tara to close out that round. Oreo to close out that round. Sorry, my brain is just so frazzled after watching that particular clutch come in. Beautiful work. That's the point where you really think, I don't really have time. I should save my gun, but Oreo just charges forward and risks it up for the next round. So that's gonna be something great. That missed line on Yamori for eras twice, in fact, and it will force her to fall back.
And now she has to pretty much recuperate from this. That's going to be 3 unanswered shots. But Yamori Her confidence will remain unwavering. And Ophelia doing a lot of work already, removing a big lurk threat. As you can see, SMG a little hesitant on this A site take. As Tara still waiting around the corner, waiting for a possible mistake on the side of SYCHTE. But SYCHTE, they're playing this so well. They know that there's still a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they're playing really well. I'm glad that you brought that up, but also just their position is really good. A beautiful recon out of Alexi will reveal that there is going to be quite a bit of heavy side defenders, but they still want to go forward. An area with the Guardian in hand will able to find that opener kill, and Tara will chime in on her own. However, in the corner, Marsh still doing everything possible to keep this round from slipping out, finally being shut down by Alexi.
30 seconds
But
left.
Spike
planted.
out. Ophelia sweeping in once again, finding
One enemy remaining.
timing though, it's gonna be Tara to clean things up, squeeze out one short, and finds both remaining players to bring it back for SMG 4-5.
Great start here on the side of SYCHTE, removing that lurk play at least before anything could start. But again, the recovery on SMG even better. It will hurt their economy a little bit as they did enter this round with already a pretty weak buy. And despite landing
One enemy remaining.
Tara was just a little too much to handle for SYCHTE. And now SMG actually burning a timeout here to potentially preserve their momentum and get their bearings straight, because we did talk about how dominant they can be on this map. It seems that it's been very competitive, and again, big kudos and credit to SYCHTE and WJ.
Timeout. This is a rare timeout from SMG. We rarely see these coming in, but this time around it's understandable. NWJ, they've put up quite a fight, and they seem to show no signs of stopping. Every single step that SMG is taking so far, it's being faced with a great deal of oppression from their opponents. And even with that round win, look at the economy for them right now. Not much of a buffer left in. In fact, a couple of their players kind of wondering what exact purchase they can really pull off. They still have that Hunter's from Alexi in their back pocket, so at least ultimate-wise, they're looking a little bit better off. But SYCHTE, they are denying any kind of momentum. In fact, building up their own to try and take this map forward here. Ophelia in particular, of course, really aware of the possibility of those lurks, catching out Tara and Kohaibi time and time again towards that mid and B area. But even aside from that, right, the entire team, they just look so much more better coordinated on this particular map.
Coordination and just pretty much how clean their executes have been proving a challenge for SMG. And by the way, guys, don't get me confused. I am not as talented, nor is my makeup as nice as Tashbunny, so there's a very clear difference. Tash is a very great host, and I am nowhere near that level. As SMG looking to equalize and get pretty much a return to form on this round. They do have a pretty much uncontested site here, but look at NWJ going for a double flank here, and some of it has already been snuffed out. Tara unfortunately cannot hold the line here, and they are going to miss that grab really well. And goodness, Kohaibi is also getting cut down. A bit of a brawl. Haymakers being landed left and right here by SMG. Crescents and Yamori, a power duo in their own right, will go for a more aiming-centric take, but maybe mistimed there by Yamori. Could not get the support of her teammates. A disjointed take. Time is going to be winding down, and Camille only needs one bullet to end this and equalize, as we mentioned earlier.
NWJ looked a little bit sloppy in that particular round. They won the battle towards that flank side, sure, but they lost the war because in the meantime, on site, everybody was just falling immediately. So nice shooting coming out of Yamori, but aside from that, just a crossfire that SMG, the wherewithal that they had to set up on site to hold for both of these pushes. And with the disjointed timings, it was just too much for NWJ to really contend with. Now they're going to be on the back foot economically.
Get out
no
of
more
my way.
operator for Yamori. Just a couple of stingers. And Inari, in the meantime, will have that Blade Storm to work with. Something that we've seen her pull out in the past on the same map to find touches and kills across the board. Leading the charge on the C side right now. They have it for free, and they'll get the plant down.
Planted.
Yet again, SYCHTE focus on a more retake-oriented defense here and quite a bit of movement in the back line. So they've cleared most of pretty much the deep lurks that were planted in their minds on the first few rounds. And Tara potentially a very costly miss. Will still recover and find Yamori. Alexi, blind, will still get the second kill off
One
of
enemy
that
remaining.
contact. And again, as much as we would want to see a miracle here from Scythe, the weaker weapons they have just will not allow it. And SMG wrestle the lead away
Last
once
round
more.
before the switch.
6-5 right now, and SMG also they hold on to those two crucial ults. Alexei has had this Hunter's Fury in her pocket for the last 4 or 5 rounds, just hasn't needed to use it so far. And Tara already does have that Cosmic Divide back online, so they have quite a bit to work with. At least for
Remaining.
both of these teams, the economic advantage is going to be the same. Both of them are going to have weapons for this crucial last round, and NWJ, they have a couple of ults of their own, so it's not entirely unfounded. The only thing is that they no longer have that operator in play. They can't quite afford it, so that initial bit of danger that Yamori was providing is not going to be a point of contention, and they're just going to be pushing forward because of that.
SMG, they've been doing quite a bit of work to really dominate A long. Mew and Presence are going to trade. Unfortunately for NWJ here, they might need that fighting capacity, that supportive capacity to take this round as quickly as possible. But no, brawling yet again is going to be the answer for both these teams, and Marchie has been playing that
enemy
position
remaining.
quite a few times. And Tara all alone, left her own devices. Here's the footsteps. Ophelia. Oh my goodness, this could be a bit of a problem here. Did she actually cancel the teleport? No, she didn't. So very, very good decision making here to make this a clean 2v1.
I really, really like that ult out of Oreo to be able to go back to her teammate and play this out together, especially with her being the healthier player. Marcia, of course, does have that Hunter's Fury, and Tara will be booking it over towards that C side
Spike
instead
planted.
to try and play out this 1v2. We've seen this exact same position coming out of her before on Pearl when she had that Cosmic Divide ready to go.
You
It
want
does
to
seem be a
fight it!
point of call here, and she will be putting it down. Now going for that wraparound lurk play, tries to find the timing, and might in fact have it ready to go. Hasn't made any sound cues either, but Oreo, more than aware as always, will be able to just wrap around and take that kill, bringing NWJ to an even 6-6.
Even again. Scythe doing a wonderful job of just really fighting back and cutting off the
Switching
movement
sides.
that SMG is just so feared for. And once again, despite having that shaky start on Lotus, they're not letting it
One
get to
enemy
them. And that's
remaining.
something that's invaluable in pro play. We're seeing quite a few clutches here too. Alexei has been pretty much online for majority of this map. And NWJ, their frag distribution is a little more even, but I know that our panel has a lot to say about this still. Let's go, guys.
Thank you very much. What a game, and I'm really happy to see that there is a team out there that is willing to bring the fight to SMG, and it's going to be NWJ. Now, coming into that game, I think that NWJ seems to have found their footing, found their confidence, especially after Orophilia's, I would say, massive 1 versus 2 just now. And I think that's what's really important to talk about is that confidence in general. I felt like during a map number 1, we didn't see that confidence come through from NWJ, but we're seeing it a lot for this particular map. With Yamori on her comfort agent Jet, we're seeing a lot of fights happen. We're seeing a lot of these 50-50 brawls come through, and in a lot of situations, NWJ is coming up on top.
Yeah, I think it was also their awareness and their mindfulness and where they should be positioned within the map. They were faster to rotate. They were faster to think on their toes whenever they would, whenever the team SMG would be pushing. It's all about how they would turn these rounds around, and I feel like that's the biggest difference that we've seen from NWJ Scythe. They were also very aware of the flanks that potentially Tara could do. And that was because of the first round where Tara got the quick kill towards Marsh, and then it happened again in round number 12, and history does not repeat itself. Scythe NWJ, they learn from their lessons, and I'm happy to see that what lessons that they've learned from Pearl, no matter how close the rounds are, they convert now to round wins. The only question is, can they be able to hold any further? Because when it comes to the defensive win rate of the rounds of Team SMG, it actually is more in their favor. They're beyond 60%.
I'm gonna have to agree with you there, and let's see if this is going to be the answer. Let's go take it back to the second half. Raf, Zach, take it away.
Thank you very much for that, Tash. Second half starting over indeed. And if I'm not wrong, Raf, wasn't this the map where the last time Kohibi was playing on Cypher, she dropped, she had the most insane KD ever? Or was it another map? Maybe I'm misremembering. She went like 30-3, 30-2, something like that. She does it all the time.
I mean, as I was mentioning, and as I've been challenged by technology yet again,
Yes,
it's
both
so
of us.
hard to tell. You know, it's so hard to tell when she does it all the time. So it's like, oh yeah, 30-3, 26-2. I mean, that's crazy, but you kind of do it all the time. You're spoiling everybody.
Especially us casters, we've gotten used to seeing all these players drop a 30 bomb every now and then. Yesterday was an Aries turn. Today, on this particular map at least, Alexi and our sheriff seems to be the new sheriffs in town. Right off to start things with, it's gonna be a nice shotgun taking away half of the HP of one of these poor players on NWJ as they look to go on the attack here. Initial foray from Yamori towards this garage side, not really finding any rewards. And this is how SMG like to play on this garage side. They like to leave it open because they just put all their utility towards these sites instead. And it's something that has historically worked for them. Now Kohabi forced to move over towards that B side with that alarm bot broken down. And NWJ, they have some mid presence, but they haven't really gained control of anything quite crucial yet.
That's also another thing, prioritizing what you want to control and how you want to go about it, because I feel like a lot of teams still get that routing issue. It doesn't seem like it's present whatsoever in SMG, and at this point in time, SYCHTE as well. Quick cancel, maybe going for the opposite side here. Instead, no, they go for a quick heads-up play to adjust and take aim. But Alexi had her plans stopped by Oreophilia, who's been an absolute nightmare for SMG for this entire map.
Exactly what you want from your Omen player. The read there to go out towards the A side instead with that knowledge of the backstab is really acute coming out of NWJ. And they already have a really good push setup. It is a 3v3, however, as Kohabi finds a kill on the other side. Now two players towards the site here, trying to deny this push in from that CT area. And SMG, they're going as a team here. Safety in numbers seems to be the call. Putting down those pulls and smokes to try and get some vision in the corner. It's going to be the breach, and Yamori throwing that crossfire down with the stun connecting perfectly. And NWJ, they take the pistol and
once again against SMG. That is not
impressive.
a statement we throw around very often, and it is incredibly impressive. But as you mentioned, right, Oreophilia has just been so clean at disjointing SMG's plays in general.
I think today in particular, I'm really impressed with not just these duels and the positioning that she's taking, but also just the raw reads coming out of her. Because if I'm not wrong, she is the ideal for this team at this instant. So her being able to bring in those calls and the wealth of experience that she has is incredible for this team. Now, kind of played it by. You see them looking to go forward. Has been able to deal. Tara able to capitalize and find the kill out the back of that, but still, numbers, they remain in favor of NWJ in this anti-eco that they're running. Now an area with the sheriff, we'll hear the sound cue coming in of that spike finally going down. And again, NWJ, they set up this post plant really carefully. They want to go a little bit aggressive, trying to get a couple of close kills maybe. And this push out might find so much value. Just already taking down an area. Lexi with the trade, but damage has been done. And NWJ, off the back of that flash, they find yet another round.
One thing that I really appreciate on the side of NWJ is that they know SMG can just go absolutely crazy with just a few picks to their name. So with the way they've been taking and retaking sites, it's all been so systematic. You mentioned their coordination earlier, and we're seeing it in full swing. If they can keep this machine as, again, well-oiled and as efficient as possible, then SMG is probably going to be still in trouble, as they are going to have the superior weaponry here. This is going to be their bonus. Hopefully they're going to convert, as SMG have also been pretty consistent at doing that, but you know, things can change. NWJ winning 2 pistol rounds in a row, my goodness.
A very rare achievement as well, especially considering that they converted the anti-eco after that, which most teams for some reason against SMG failed to do. I'm gonna do a deep dive of statistics and I'll try to pull it up by the finals day, but it just seems like NWJ, they've had much more success, and they are really hungry for that map 3 and a chance of redemption here. Now Yamori looking looking much more confident on this particular map. The one with the heaviest weaponry in hand, apart from Skylee's, going for a little bit of a fake play towards that B area, does draw over a little bit of rotation from that A site, in fact, but it is just a fake. And with her having expended that tailwind, it's going to be so much more difficult for her to create that crucial space on the site.
We might just have to rely on just landing a shot here, which is not the most efficient nor the most reliable, no matter how good you are. And Mori already peppering Tara here, who was, interestingly enough, the stage player here for SMG. And that's going to be a one vandal
30
removed.
seconds left.
Smokes will not save Kohaibi, lose the controller, and perish in the dark cover of the opposing team. This is not looking too good for SMG, especially with this huge numbers advantage on the side of Scythe. Ophelia wanted to get a little bit more value, but there is going to be an absolute firing squad waiting for that first sign, that first noise. Ineri sticking in. Kamiu is doing so much work.
Enemy remaining.
Alexi and Ineri, where is this coming from? Skylee's the last person to challenge and to be cut down. And we were just talking about this. SMG, you give them that one crack in your armor, they're gonna absolutely tear it open.
That was a 3v5 where full combat was set up towards Log, and they just get half the defuse done, create that urgency, and then keep baiting the spike to ensure that NWJ keeps peeking. And they have to peek, right? Because this is a team that has pulled off so many ninja defuses that it's unreal. You can't afford not to check, and Scythe, they perish in that attempt. However, that was their bonus round, so all things considered, pretty good economic damage. They take down 3 rifles on the side of SMG, and SMG's 5 for this round is looking less than ideal. Ineri and I believe it's Alexi are the only 2 players who have their weapons left. Everybody else left with just pistols in hand. Okay, bit of a weird shock dart, but it's okay.
We've seen a few of those, and again, in high 10 situations, it does happen. You know, like I forgot. They're just like me. You know, every time I see a whole mag dump and not connect, man. You know, but again, guys, the reason why it's such an equal playing field is that these ladies are the absolute top 1% of game changers. It looks equal, but if they're put in a server, they'd probably be absolute great bosses in their own right. And Alexi, she hears a, again, player challenge her in her domain. It's Ineri presence who tries to create an opening here, and okay, will not allow Yamori to get any value off that trade, not even information. Frustrating the opposition. They only have 1 vandal, maybe 2, but it's doing all the work. Nearly getting caught by the platform. Oreo is looking to salvage the situation, and it is a bit of a mess. 2v1. Marche has won many clutches in the past and many iterations of NWJ on side. She's looking to replicate the success. Kamiu is gonna burn her lone piece of utility here as the shock dart is not even gonna come out. Kohaibi, the nuclear option, as Zach coined it earlier, will once again take another round for SMG.
It's all that Oppenheimer hype, you know, really heading into this. Kohaibi could be like that final bomb that you detonate to take care of business, because she is just that dangerous. And talking about dangerous, right? Look at how Ineri is absolutely isolating these kills, hitting those headshots, and despite all of that, it still comes down to a 1v2 at the end of it. Ineri gets you that overwhelming initial advantage, and that scrappy fight in Garage, it almost destroys all of those chances. And Marsh, huge kudos to her to be able to come out on top in that situation. Still not able to clutch out the 1v2, but made it very close and keeps SMG from really building up their economy too much. Talking about economy right now though, and WJ not in the greatest spot. Ivy walks up, helped by the turret, able to find these kills, finally being shut down.
Spike down A.
Nevertheless, a little bit of chip damage done off the back of that aftershock to Yamori, and SMG, they retain their advantage.
That is pretty insane chip damage here, as we did lose Kohaibi on SMG side, and NWJ had to pay the form of their initiators, so they're not just limping on the information game here. The way they're gonna take their fights is gonna be that much riskier. Thankfully, they still have a piece of dark cover from Ophelia as they kind of scan and comb over the map. if there are any overextending SMG players or if there are any avenues they can safely flood in. And Tara, she's waiting for it. Could potentially end the round with one. Hey, but the timing of it doesn't matter. She has her own highlight.
And the
If they can do it to us, we can do it to them.
I told you you're okay. You're okay,
And
fam.
they just weren't expecting Tara to be there. And Tara, when you give her a chance like that, she's not gonna really miss out, of course. I really like how SMG are playing, especially on the side. Tara, a little bit of a whiff there coming out of Yamori and NWJ. They pay for it with the round. Now gonna be using that timeout to figure out where exactly things are going wrong, because SMG, they've had a little bit of a success streak in those last 3 rounds, being able to start from that insane defuse in that bonus round in that 3v5 situation. They're able to put together these rounds, they're building up an economy, and most importantly, they are really, really charging up those ultimates. Already the Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder available for that retake or just denial utility. Kaibi one off of that lockdown, and to counter this, of course, NWJ, they're close to some of their own, but they need to figure out how they're going to be playing this round, because if they lose this, SMG, they get to double digits, only 3 away from moving on in that upper bracket, and they have the tools with which to do it. So this is a really good timeout, in fact, to not just slow down that momentum, but also figure out how NWJ, they can push this to a map 3.
Exactly, and this is where Scythe, they kind of go back through their own swinging doors and think about it, despite how sublime that clutch from Tara was. And as the timer is going to wind down, you talked about the ultimate economy here. Definitely Team SMG has a pretty decent advantage. One thing that we haven't really seen, though, is to use these ults as a bit of a passive threat, so they can just pressure with contact and maybe, just maybe, get an overreaction from the opposing side. But as we talk about that, SMG once again going for a more conservative approach this time around. And NWJ, they're not really overplaying their hand either, so good for both these teams.
SMG, they definitely seem to have a little bit of an advantage here when it comes down to ults as well as momentum, and NWJ, they're gonna have to be very careful in how they want to deal with this, which is what they're doing. Now, after exploring the map, waiting for some aggression from SMG, look to come in towards this A side already. Alexi seems to have that awareness, spots out one player, will be trying to fall back, but Yamori will deny it, and with that huge opener here, looks to go even more further. Now an area with the Blade Storm, big shot onto the first player, looking for the second one, but that Rolling Thunder will keep her alive and even try to get her a little bit more. It seems like SMG, they've overplayed their hands though, charging it off the back of the ult. Presence under heaven, completely unaffected, will do enough to deny it, and now it is a 2v4 retake.
Kohabi does have one orb away, or will need just one orb to get this lockdown, but nearly gets a double here.
No charges.
Trade on the side of Oreophilia is probably going to diminish any chances of clutching from this power duo. Tara had a wonderful round again a few moments ago, but that is not going to happen, and this has been pretty much a pendulum matchup, Zach. NWJ and SMG evenly trading rounds.
Very much so, and this is as far as Saphire got right on the map. They lost, and it was 13-9 the last time they lost. This could very well be a repeat of history if NWJ play their cards right here. And the thing is, Scythe is a team that has looked incredible this year. They've been very, very strong heading into that Open 1. Open 2 as well, they put up a pretty decent performance. And 3, this is kind of their chance to cement their name in here for the rest of this year. RIP. But yeah, as I was saying, so them putting up this much of a fight is a really, really good sign for them. It's forcing SMG to literally bring out the biggest gun they have, which is an array on that operator. And SMG, they're showing just a bit of pressure that they're feeling, because usually you see them looking a bit more confident, a little bit more venturesome, but now they're in serious mood.
I agree. You know, one of the best things that NWJ have done is to not let the intimidation get to them, not let that map win or rather that map 1 loss get to their heads. And intangibles, we've talked about many times in the past, and how it will affect your execution. NWJ, a shining pillar of what it is to be resilient. And we nearly saw Tara get away. No, Yamori just a little too cautious and diligent for that to slip by. Ivy is finally going to burn for lockdown here. Hunter's Fury is definitely going to come out just to get rid of that. I don't know that the rest of SMG are already moving forward. Still, the brawl is going in the way of NWJ. Aneri might have to pick up an automatic weapon here. Gets the Vandal. And that turret is just going to shed a little bit more HP. This is going to be a double swing that might be too difficult to deal with. And despite all the heroics and the clutches to the name of SMG, they are somewhat crumbling as NWJ take the lead. First to double digits.
9, and they do it so slow. Tara, of course, tries to crouch in the corner. Awareness to check it out of NWJ rewards them greatly. With Tara going down, that's going to mean no more smokes for that retake. And of course, NWJ, they've been holding on to that Hunter's Fury exactly for the situation, right? When Koibe puts down that lockdown, it is that piece of utility that will let them continue to play on site. Because with SMG, you just can't afford to set up in these really long post-plan setups right off the bat. You have to fight for the site. You have to take them head-to-head. And that's exactly what NWJ did over the course of that last round. Now SMG, once again, a little bit on the back foot here economically. Aneri going fishing, looking to see what kind of bait that she can put out to really try and get these kills. But NWJ, again, they're aware of the possibility. Look to go forward, and they might just check Aneri here.
That's right. The line has been set. Still waiting on that snag, as nothing has really come to pass. Much like fishing, the water is still, but it doesn't mean that nothing is happening, especially under the surface, right? And Aneri comes. A massive flag, caught with their guns, hidden in their pockets. And indeed, as Aneri gets a big double kill. NWJ, maybe perhaps the adjustment game is not going to go their way. Can't find the kill as Tara, despite her being exposed. She has to make something happen here, otherwise the rest of her team is going to fall. But Koibe, she gets a massive collateral and equalizes, if not gives them the advantage. Or yet again, the lights are on her and all eyes are trained on her crosshair. The rest of her team watching and waiting in anticipation if this Vandal can pull through. She has been the hero many times already in Haven. Can she replicate that success? The dark cover will buy her a little bit of time. Camus does still have this flashpoint, but Ophelia waiting in hell, waiting in the underworld to see if she can drag any victims. They have to swing this all together, otherwise they might be giving her a freebie, and that's the first. Is it possible for her to take this away? She goes for a cheeky teleport, but no! Camus again, just too sharp.
Really good round
you
coming
don't
out of
deserve
SMG
my
to equalize here. An area, of course, starting things off like a shark in fresh water. You just do not expect it to be there until it pounces, finds the damage, and of course, on that seaside, very, very quick reinforcements coming in for SMG. Koibe in particular with that sheriff finding those 2 crucial kills. And despite all of that, right, Raph, it came down to the wire. Oreo almost managing to buy enough time in that 1v3, but at the end of it, SMG, then in that 3v1 situation, they play their cards almost perfectly in that final 2 seconds to be able to kind of diffuse. Ophelia now leading the chart here for their team along with Yamori in the kill front. And for SMG, Alexi is that top player on this round, and well, you expect that of her most of the time on the Raze. This time it's going to be on the Sova, and she has been phenomenal with not just her kills, but also just the utility that she's using to really set the team up. Now looking to get aggressive on this A side with Aneri. They've taken full control of Lobby, which means that SMG have so much information to work with.
I'm honestly curious to see why Tara is not, or SMG as a whole is not as active, especially with the Astra utility. You'd expect teams to run Astra to have aggressive set plays to maximize the gravity well and the Nova Pulse and whatnot, but it hasn't really cost them that many rounds. Koibe again, a bit of a corner. They're not checking. The Paranoia have run away, rather run out. Koibe has run out of patience. WJ, they're still making their mark on the seaside. Camus is going to try and play off time here, being a sacrificial lamb, but still getting some damage in and burning a lot of time, allowing Alexi to get on the flag. The spike is in such an exposed position and in an open space. And Neri is the queen. The operator dominates all.
had the sideline trained on the spike, and the moment Skylease tries to pick it up to plant, it is done and dusted. I really like Kaviyu's play there, like you mentioned, to be that sacrifice, be that delayer for that flank to fully kick in, and also taking down a player in the process, regaining SMG the lead. And now the turns have tabled, or the tables have turned. Economy now at a deficit for NWJ, looking down the barrel at a possible match series point, unless they somehow make this round work. Yamori's Blade Storm, that key piece in their arsenal, she's gonna have to do that
Enemy
this
kill.
time around. But Aneri, again with the operator, cleanest sight lines, beautiful shots, and that will be initiator number 1 taken down.
And there are still 4 healthy targets that Aneri and the rest of SMG are hunting. And that's been a bit of a problem spot for both these teams. Really, the operator play from Sewer didn't really find too much success in the preceding rounds, but finally we get that opening pick. And SMG, they look to be a little more active on this defensive side. Alexi has already found her way, taking up majority of A lobby, but I love the adjustment on NWJ here. Just so wary of what could transpire as Sky Elise is going to vacate that position, but will slowly make their way towards the C site.
They have taken care of that Killjoy utility that's usually hanging around garage. So Yamori has found a bit of space, but look at Tara's positioning again. Just that situational awareness that somebody could walk through this part of the map. Instead, it's finally gonna be NWJ with 30 seconds left, flooding onto the C site. 4v5 situation SMG, they still have a couple of advantages. Kohabi 1 away from that lockdown in this retake scenario, and Yamori with the Blade Storm, Skyler with the Bulldog. These are going to be the 3 factors that they really have to contend with. EU already fighting that first one. Skyler with the aggression, at least will find a little bit more. One for one as well, and unfortunately, it's going to be Marsh in a 1v3. He finds that first one, but the recon gives it away, and Kohabi will close things out. 12-10 now, SMG. They take the lead here, 1 away from pushing NWJ to that lower bracket.
My goodness. SMG, they're getting pretty much a good start on this very timely roll. And how many times have we said that? Have we heard that Kohabi to close out the round? This is 4th quarter Kohabi. She is just looking to move on with this match, as NWJ is still doing a fantastic job of keeping this competitive. And thankfully for them, they had enough bank and still very close to those ultimates to, again, maybe push this to overtime. Kohabi's lockdown, though, is going to be a big, maybe just stopper for them for a quick hit. So if ever they can find this ruthless Sentinel player first, then they are going to be in great hands. But I highly doubt it.
I mean, Kohabi is playing extremely aggressive on the C side. Well, sorry, A side. You really expect, but Yamori goes through the check. The updraft is more than enough to reward her with that crucial kill. And now that lockdown no longer going to be a point of contention.
Spike planted.
No more utility that is available at this instant to really deny the plant from coming in. It is just going to be gun-to-gun fights, and Alexi excels at those. You give her an opportunity like that, she's going to be fully capitalizing, and does in fact walk away with the kill. Now Warrior Affiliate watching for the flank, doesn't quite get the timing, and the recon reveals the players tucked away. Order here, the kill's coming in, but the crossfire is just a little bit too much to deal with. Warrior Affiliate in that short area doing so much damage.
Oh my gosh.
Flank left, and oh my god, Aneri 1v3 finds the first 2. Will it be enough? Just has to smoke out Crescents. The clock is ticking, the positioning is there, and Crescent might have just done enough here to win the round for NWJ. 11-12, but my god, Aneri, you should not be allowed to do that.
I absolutely had no doubt NWJ would find the opening pick on Kohabi. You can run the VOD back. I never said anything. I had no doubt. But again, what a insane round, to be honest with you. It did look like Aneri had just had that much leeway on the flank. Potentially could steal it away again, but the same problem is still there. Now they have Tara's Cosmic Divide and a Rolling Thunder. So maybe, just maybe, SMG is going to play super passive here and let NWJ take a site. Tara, though, might have different ideas as she is positioned fairly close to Logs. Potentially be the early stopper. I do think they don't want to lose this Cosmic Divide. And that's Yamori splitting this defense open so quickly. No more smokes, no more Astra utility again, but Kohabi going crazy and finding presence to just even the playing field. The Rolling Thunder is going to be expended. But my goodness, she's thinking it, you're right!
She's thinking it! Okay. I'm sorry, but she just stuck it. What a way to win this entire map. 2-0. Raf, she just sticks it. She just sticks it.
I don't know what to say, you know. This is... Well, we do
Yes.
need that from our superstar players. Just the bravado to, yes, I will stick it. I don't care. I'm gonna do it. And Neri, once again, just showing why the kingdom is still unchallenged. But man, big side. They're not big side. Scythe and VJ. So competitive and yet more growth. And I am absolutely certain Tashbunny, the original Tashbunny and Donut, have a lot to say about this.
She protects, she attacks, she sticks the spike all the way.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, what a match here. And I was kind of expecting it to be a little bit more one-sided. Surprisingly, NWJ definitely took SMG for a ride. It's such a back and forth. And even then, when we sort of were predicting that we might see a more, I would say, a crispier, a more fiery second half by SMG, NWJ proves us otherwise. I have to say that from both teams here, I think the problem is like for SMG, they have not been challenged for quite some time. So it did definitely challenge them in a way that they had to readapt into so many rounds. They had to rethink on how exactly they want to play defense, how exactly they want to play. Do you want to play aggressive and win a 50 and go 50-50 in a skirmish, or do we want to play a little bit more behind and lose in the fights for chokes? If you see on a lot of retakes here for SMG, because they weren't very proactive in going in for those flanks, they were to die from maybe a Link or even Haven. But you start to see that change coming through. But for NWJ, it was also a game of readaptation for them as they went for defaults instead, as well as explosive takes onto the site.
Yeah, it was really more of a roller coaster ride for both of these teams. Like for Scythe and NWJ, when they're on top, right, they just steamroll, they take the momentum for themselves, especially for those moments where Yamori will just claim those kills for herself as well as Marsh, right? But when it comes to the clutches, that was really surprising for us because we saw Aureophilia go against the likes of Kohaibi, Tara, and Camu, and even the likes of Ineri, and she wins those clutches because of her sheer will and her sheer big brain moments that she's able to claim. Although on the other side of things, of course, the roller coaster does come down for quite some time, and Team SMG, they also claim that momentum for themselves, and after a bit of adjustment on their end, wherein they realize that during the defense, all we just have to do is just stay steady, up for the retake, and then eventually, if the time has come, just defuse the spike, bait out the peaks, just like what happened in round 15. They win over the duels with no use of any utility to keep them off the spike, and they get the round anyway. And then the last round that we saw was also a testament to that they also have that demeanor, that confidence that I will just defuse the spike and get this over with and get that 13. No more overtime for Scythe and WJ.
I think because it's such a back-to-back map, I think a lot of time it felt like for SMG they want to just end it as much as possible because of I would say it's really hard to get a read onto a team like NWJ. You have Yamori who's so explosive. Sometimes you think they're going A, and then you start to see a little bit of a rotation come through by SMG, and it's going to be a quick pivot by NWJ, and it's just quickly getting onto the site. And I think that's the power that you have by Yamori on the Jet, honestly, because she's just so quick to get onto the site, and by the time she's on the site, it's going to be a very, very quick situation for the teammates as well to be getting in to provide her that, I would say, that support. Now coming in for that, a lot of control is put in by NWJ when it comes to the chokes. Let's think about like a Link. There's a lot of control put in there, or even A Sewers, or even C Long. That's how they wanted to play, is to be able to take the site and control those chokes. And in a lot of situations, they do win that. Now, in situations where they do lose, that's when we start to see SMG start to shine. And perhaps in a lot of situations as well, we are seeing a lot of the set plays coming by SMG not being able to be executed because they get flashed, because they get picked off one by one, because by the time they got to site, there's always going to be one or two picks by the side of NWJ. Regardless, SMG comes up on top in this very, very quick match, and we do have an interview. Let's see who's on the line. And here we go. We have Ineri, who's shrouded in darkness.
No,
we're
back.
gonna have to try that again. We're gonna try that again.
Yeah, I mean, she was still recovering from defusing the spike in the last round, so she hasn't really prepared for turning on her camera just yet, but I think she is ready now.
Yeah, there we go. Let's bring Aneri in. Hi Aneri, it's been quite some time since we've seen you here last, and to see you play, again in this situation. I mean, like coming into, I think Open 2, you guys were just so dominant, so far ahead of the rest of the teams. Were you expecting NWJ to come this close to you guys on Haven, your map pick?
Actually, no. But I was watching their interview yesterday, right? They said they didn't expect to win, but they said they will for sure play good. And I think it showed, like, the amount of practice they put. And as a fellow Indonesian, I'm very proud of New Jeans. Like, it was really shown in the game. I mean, not New Jeans, sorry. Their name is NWJ. Oh my god. I didn't say
It's okay,
NWJ,
we love
sorry.
New Jeans.
Yep. But anyways, they played really well. Because I have them on my fan list, right? I always see them in practice and stuff. And it definitely showed in the Haven game just now, so I think props to them.
Yeah, I think it was a big win for you guys, but still, you had a couple of mistakes during the first half of Haven. We initially thought that you guys would end at least around an 8-4 or a 7-5, but it was quite even, a 6-6. What happened during your attacks, and what were the barriers for you guys to get in towards the site and get the post-plant done?
I think we were just too excited during the first half, honestly. Like, we were just excited, and then we just meet like a lot of fun plays. But our coach called a timeout and basically told us to like reset, and so we did. Then yeah, we just basically reset it because I think we were a bit too excited on Haven. Yeah.
Okay, so talking about being too excited, was it because you guys were too excited in terms of just trying to win the match, or were you just like thinking that it's going to be a steamroll and you guys got caught off guard? Because after a while, I think right before your timeout, I started to see you guys hesitate a bit. What was your mindset then?
We were excited not because of those two reasons. I think in general, we were just excited to play, like just play VCT. We were just very excited and we wanted to have fun. And I think what we did to like, after the timeout, we just calmed ourselves down. Maybe that's why we look a bit hesitant, because whenever we do things, we want to think like through what we're gonna do. So yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you so much, Neri, for spending time with the interview. Good luck coming forward. And not gonna lie, I'm kind of expecting to see you guys at it again in grand finals. But anyway, thank you so much. Good luck. Bye, Neri.
Of course.
Bye,
Bye-bye. Thank
Neri.
you, Tash. Thank you, Donut. Bye-bye.
Wow. They were not expecting NWJ to come that close, and honestly, so were we. And I think for a while now, I've been watching Big Scythe, now NWJ. I did say there were a lot of potential. They were definitely a team that would catch me off guard. But I think for Open 3 this year, this is the biggest, I would say, surprise and something unexpected that I got to see from them.
Yeah, definitely something to expect, right? Even if you are against Team SMG, there are still some mistakes that you can capitalize on. And we saw Scythe NWJ take those moments and really just pull over and then decide for their own. And I loved seeing those decisions from the likes of Oreophilia, from the members of Scythe NWJ, and I'm looking forward to, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket run, but given that they made Team SMG bleed, for sure there is more to expect from them now that they will be moving forward in the lower bracket.
For sure. But for now, we are going to be watching the lower bracket after this. But first, we're going to take a break. This is VCT Game Changers APAC Open 3. We'll see you in a little while.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808.
A clean 2-0 is what we saw on the first series, but nevertheless, it was a very close match. Now we're here on the second series of the day, and it is the lower bracket. Tashbunny here alongside Donut, your analyst for today, and I have a feeling that this lower bracket is going to be a pretty long game.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be closer as we expect it to be. Both are going to be fighting for their tournament life. If they lose in this specific match, then they will be eliminated from Open 3 and possibly getting a lower score and lower points in the system for them to be able to qualify for Elite. So this is what is at stake here. Not just about losing and being eliminated, but about, pushing further so that you have higher points to qualify for Elite, so that you will be more comfy. You will be just watching through LCQ and just observing your potential opponents that you might be going through for Elite.
It's gonna be really exciting. As you all know, some teams have already managed to qualify to Elite, gathering enough points moving forward. So if you want to check out more, do check out the FSL Game Changers website to find out more. Regardless, as we go through here, we're gonna be looking at Anomaly No Charms versus Orangutan X. Now, Orangutan X has had a pretty successful run in Open 2, I believe, but they have gone up to Open 3. They have had another roster reshuffle. So I'm really curious to see how exactly it will be affecting their, I would say, their firepower, because again, there are some teams that tend to do roster reshuffles, but then I'm not too sure if the team has had enough time to fully build that chemistry with each other quite yet.
Yeah, even if you have the perfect amount of skill in the form of a team member for the team, the chemistry, if not built properly, then that's going to be something that is a barrier for you to get the win. Take an example would be RRQ Kaguya, wherein when we interviewed Best yesterday, one thing that they were building would be the chemistry. And Orangutan X with Emi as the newest addition to the team, right? He is stellar as the duelist, but is she really more communicating with the likes of Japips, who has been the leader, the IGL for the team, or has she been, coordinating more with Twirly, who actually thinks more like a duelist too, to be able to support her in that claim for sites? Well, we know that Casper is one of the most stable players for OGX. She has been phenomenal as the controller, so there's no doubt about her being able to provide that support for the team. It's more about all of these 5 pieces together working to get that win?
In open number 2, I believe Emmy was not playing. It was actually Chloe that was playing their sub. Now that she's moved into that role coming forward here, so I would love to see how Emmy will be performing on the bigger stage. Regardless, let's have a look at the Anomaly No Charms. We talked about them yesterday. They are a team that some of them did play together before. Aya, Baby Gwen, Ivory, and Trix, who were formerly from Enigma Galaxy. Now Tuya, the newest addition to the team. I think Tuya has had I would say that yesterday was pretty much a rough run for them. They were going up against the best of the best being SMG. Now, while we have seen Enigma Galaxy bring the best or some of the most insane, I would say more 300 IQ plays, but yesterday was all about them trying to make that statement once again. We did see potential in that, I would say, that 300 IQ, a little more calculative, a little bit more tactical, but in a lot of situations when Team SMG is just running you down, playing a little bit too quickly, it's really hard for your team to adjust to that speed. So I'm wondering how exactly are they going to be readjusting themselves today coming into this particular match. Coming into this team, I think Orangutan X, a team that's also had a lot of competitive knowledge coming through here. I mean, again, both teams, Emmy being the newest addition to play on the big stage here with Orangutan X, and Tuya as well, technically they're sort of on the same playing field when it comes to competitive experience.
Yeah, when it comes to the experience of Tuya, she's no stranger to game changers at all. It's more of she's a stranger to the new team that she has just joined, which is Anomaly No Charms. I mean, the 4 of them, the rest, right? Ivory, Aya, they have all played together. So I'm quite excited to see what their selection would be, right? And how they're able to use all of those adaptations into their map selection. Because looking at all of these maps, right, we see that Anomaly No Charms still selected Pearl even after their defeat against Team SMG here yesterday, right? And that was RRQ. And even with this pick, maybe they have learned from their lessons. They are looking to apply that, and I love that decision that they will still stick to Pearl even with that defeat.
I think it's because they're just so comfortable on Pearl. They have a set execute in mind and they know that they're going to be able to do it. Given the fact that they were playing against RRQ Kaguya yesterday, I'm sure they learned a lot from it, and they probably have had time to readjust to how they were playing together. Now on the flip side, let's talk a bit about Orangutan X. The last time they played Pearl was against FULLSENSE Saphire. It was I believe a 13-6 score if I'm not mistaken. And I think that if we think about that game against FULLSENSE Saphire and Orangutan X, I think FULLSENSE Saphire bought that firepower. It's something that that we saw from RRQ Kaguya yesterday as well. So but when we talk about these two teams, Orangutan X as well as Anomaly No Charms, I would say that W Gaming isn't really prominent in these two teams. They are a team that loves to take their time. They're all about tactical. They're trying to understand or decipher to see what kind of information they can get. But it comes down to how exactly the comps are going to be, given the fact that yesterday Anomaly No Charms did play this map, they might have a slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, both of them actually played this specific map against their opponents, but they're going to be encountering, but with a different set of enemies. Well, you mentioned that they both went against firepower.
Yeah.
But this time, both of them actually play the same way. They're very strategic. They're very careful. They're very slow in terms of their pacing. So now it's just all about how they are able to use and maximize all of that utility, given that Tuya is going to be selecting Viper again, which we know that has more value. We just didn't see it yesterday.
Yeah, coming into this particular match, I'm really excited to see how Orangutan X wants to, I would say, utilize this Phoenix. We've seen this happen on the big stages. Jing from Paper X runs this comp, and I think we saw this run by, I believe it was it Talon? I cannot remember specifically. But a lot of these teams were not able to bring to the table what Jing brings to the table. Again, there is value on having a Phoenix for your team. That his firewall is just so great at denying information, also providing some healing. Mollies can be used for both defensive as well as aggressive maneuvers. So it can be a lot of value. The matter of the fact is whether or not they can actually utilize his utility as a team player, because they are running a double duelist comp. If anything, it has to be the Phoenix to provide a little bit of value to enable Twirly.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix pick is going to be either a 50-50, either it really works well for you and the rest of your team members understand what your intention is towards the map, then it works. But sometimes there is a hit or miss when it comes to the Phoenix pick because of the forgetfulness of those abilities and what it really stands for in that specific map.
Yeah, it might be a different mindset. It's kind of like having a Reyna on your team. The Leer can be used to enable twirly as well as the firewall as well coming forward, giving you space onto the site as well as to deny space to the enemy team. Again, it's not a utility that lasts a long time like an actual smoker, like say Viper or even an Astra or even a Harbor, but it does have that value. Regardless, what OGX wants to bring to the table is an explosive play. I'm going to be expecting sort of like a default at first. They try to figure out where exactly the information is coming from. They're going to try and execute with these utilities quickly onto the site. What we expect from what we saw just now from NJW. Regardless, now is the first map of the second series. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the screen because this is going to be a good one. On to you, Zach and Raph.
Different stakes for this particular match. The first one that we saw today, it was the upper bracket, but now there are no more second chances as we head into the elimination lower rounds. It is once again me, Zach, joined by, this time around, I see a Raph written down. No more Tashbunny cosplay. Oh, never mind, Raph. You're still doing it. But heading into this particular series, I have super high expectations because both of these teams, they have a bit of storied history on all of these maps. And for Orangutan in particular, they're gonna have to work through their PTSD from yesterday because these are the same three maps which they were slated to play and which they got 2-0'd on.
Which is very, very, I guess, strange in the case of OGX because they're definitely one of the teams that we consider a powerhouse, and especially on that defending side, right? I mean, we talk about OGX being the shield of game changers and how they're the most resilient team no matter what iteration we see. But again, I feel like this could be also, and as the panel mentioned, a very, very, I guess, measured game because these are teams that love to play super, super methodical. They will try and be as safe as possible and on whatever they do. And on a map like Pearl, which is arguably the slowest map of the entire circuit as of the moment.
For sure. And I mean, looking at the stats from yesterday, right, Orangutan, they really did not have a good time on this particular map against FULLSENSE Saphire. On Pearl, in their attacking half, they were only able to find 2 rounds out of the 12 that they played. So I hope that heading into today, they managed to kind of fix those mistakes and hopefully can put up a better, more impactful performance. And Anomaly, no charm. Sure, they had a little bit of a rough fight yesterday, but still, elimination bracket, new day, new game. The stakes have never been higher for either side. And for Orangutan in particular, right? If the higher they get over the course of this particular event in the playoffs, the more likely they are to qualify just off the basis of circuit points instead of having to go through that LCQ. So definitely very, very important for them. Now starting off on defense, Casper, that first point of contact, puts down the smoke, does quite a bit of chip damage. In fact, 2 tricks will not be able to heal back up. So OG starting off with the bang.
As we talked about, this is a team, or both these teams really are very, very careful with their approach. A little bit of resistance here, and as you mentioned, Trix getting shut down is enough to keep them at bay. Emmy is going to draw first blood here, as well as Casper being a total ghost and haunting the rest of ANC. Trying to be as quick as possible with that execute, but the utility in their way and just the straight up gunfire denying them of any meaningful space. What we did notice with ANC yesterday was, especially on this map, they had very, very particular buys or very particular choices in terms of their economy.
For sure. And I think for Orangutan in particular, we did see the same double duelist comp come out from them yesterday, and they found much more success on defense, right? They were able to win 4 rounds in a row before finally going down, and the initial damage was a little bit too much. But the fact is that if they can continue to build up an early lead here, it might be what they need. Already, Emmy, having found 2 kills in that previous round on the Phoenix, getting closer and closer to that run and back, might be a huge difference maker in these kind of retake situations. Not much of a buy available for ANC, just across the board, and they're looking to take these fights up close and personal as much as possible, and they succeed. Trix finds that first blood.
And talk about that Phoenix, it's definitely going to signify that orb control is going to be a high priority on the side of OGX, whether they be defending or be the attacking team. Now ANC a little divided here, but potentially get caught off guard. Twirly not landing the martial shot, but enough to dissuade any opposition from pushing her. At least there was a burn on that guiding light, but Twirly senses are tingling and she gets both!
Spike
In
down.
no
B.
scope, just to again alert them of her presence. Twirly is looking for more, waiting for the rest of her team to pretty much coalesce or again coagulate with this force. Tricks not having the greatest of experiences as Aruma is going to clean it up, and a great conversion here on OGX. Well, once again, they are the shield of game changers.
Definitely. Trix got a nice opener, but number one, they weren't really able to pick up that Spectre that was dropped, and more than that, Twirly, despite missing that first shot, right, stays calm, is aware of the possibility of that push through towards mid, and finds both of those kills. The second one, in fact, just a fadeaway casual no-scope, bringing her closer and closer towards making more money for that operator. Now, for this bonus round, OG looking quite well equipped, weapons across the board with the exception of that one sheriff, and they're looking to get aggressive to boot, puts down a nice little combo, and like we talked about, Raph, that orb control really coming into play. They spend quite a bit of utility to make sure that A is clear, and more than that, to get that orb in hand.
That's true, and again, just every round that we are looking at, as every second passes by, we can't forget that this is an elimination game, as much as we won't, you know, want to say goodbye to any of these teams. OGX do have a fairly far forward position, especially with Japeeps, who's been so reliable in every version of this team. Now has to backpedal here. The site might get a little messy here. Zahk is absolutely to spray things down, and Ayu with full confidence and a battle in hand. Not notice that the rest of her team is getting cut down behind her. Aruma's doing a great job just allowing the head of the snake to pass and chopping off the body. 2v2 all of a sudden in a bonus round.
Orangutan might not have the weaponry, but they definitely have the kills so far. Now, there with actual HP, does so much damage.
30
now,
seconds
Tuya,
left.
in a 1v1 situation, knows the position of Aruma, goes for the plant at the worst time, though! And Aruma is quick to capitalize. Beautiful, beautiful shooting coming out of Orangutan, and even though Aya, we talked about her yesterday, was able to find those crucial openers between Aruma and Twirly, it was just too much damage that could not be mitigated. These two kills from Aruma to start things off with Twirly, of course, with that follow-up, and just the timing from Aruma to win that bonus. Beautiful work coming out of Orangutan, exactly what we've been expecting to see, and kind of were not rewarded with yesterday. They're back, they're bringing it back in spades here up, and now to make things worse for Anomaly, OG, they have their operator.
That they do. Twirly looking to make a very big splash with this advancing operator. As you mentioned, they did leave the spike A and C, so they're going for a very measured default here. They want to look for any stray picks and areas that they could flood in and just basically protocol their way into any of these sites. OGX, Aruma already taking a fair amount of damage here from the sheriffs. This is softening her up for any not too much attention being paid to Emmy here, as that gigantic, well, again, double kill to keep ANC at bay. We'll definitely do that, but again, the weaker by Zahk.
And with two other players going down so early, it's more difficult. Emmy's still being an absolute menace with the Odin on this B site, and especially with the map changes that came in a few batches ago on Pearl, that little box that you can jump up on that B site, it just lets Emmy find that power position to really play with. Now advancing down towards B long, so much more map here, trying to find a little bit of damage. Tuya at least towards been able to do that much, and Ivory in the meantime sneaks up onto side with that Killjoy going down. It's gonna make things so much more difficult.
One enemy remaining.
Situation. Ivory looking for a little bit more, but Casper will deny even that much, and now it is just Trix in a 1v3. No control of the spike either. No way to plant it, rather. Time is low. Surrounded on every single side. Doesn't find these crucial kills. But with 5 seconds, the rest of OG, they're just running away. They want nothing to do with this. And Trix, while being able to save a rifle, will not be able to do too much more.
Oh, she's down at 60 health. I don't think she should peek this. Oh my gosh.
Horribly.
That was really scary, and we've talked about how Pearl can be incredibly attacker sided as a map, especially with just how the rotations are set up.
30 seconds left.
We do see ANC take quite a bit of mid control early on.
One enemy
But that
remaining.
doesn't really translate it into breaking onto the sites reliably or holding on to that post plant as well as they can. So I'm going to assume that this is going to be an ANC pause, and a very well timed one at that.
For sure, they're finally going to be having their buyback online, and they're pretty close to a lot of these crucial ultimates, in particular Tuya with that Viper's Pit. That should be a game-winning condition if they can get it down and get into position around it, but they also do have ultimates for making that side entry easier, in particular Tricks, only one off of those Seekers, really useful in revealing those positions, and Ivory with a couple of kills will have the lockdown as well. The thing is, Orangutan, they also have those ultimates, that run it back that we were talking about. Emmy, after those Odin kills, will have it ready to go, and they're also very close to that lockdown of their own. Iruma can, if she can get a kill, will be having it ready for that retake situation. Now Orangutan, despite losing a lot of players in that round, are still going to have a fairly healthy economy and will be able to reinvest in that operator, and maybe if Emmy wishes to do so, the Odin. So far for ANC, like you talked about, they've been good at finding that mid control, but that's because OG, they've kind of let it fast and loose. They're more focused on playing for these sites here, and it's a strategy that has been working out exceptionally well for them.
Absolutely, and ANC, they just cannot, once again, separate their opponents from stronger cores. You know, they have to divide and conquer here to get their gears going. As we know, ANC is a team brimming with talent, but perhaps the strategy that they're trying to employ is just not compatible with OGX. Casper really threading the needle here. Maybe will follow the Trailblazer, but actually ends up taking more damage for herself. Peculiar exchange as art can be very subjective apparently, and like you mentioned, OGX very loose with mid control.
They have the utility to watch out for. You just see Casper moving over to try and set up that crossfire here, and with that kind of lobbying around that art side, not really working out for ANC. They look to re-hit towards his B side instead, where there are still two players positioned towards his backside. In particular, this run and back still going to be online for Emmy here on the Phoenix. Sure, ANC are able to walk up onto site, but unless they clear out this back area, it's very dangerous later, and they do so. The pinch on their side, they got Casper and Iruma. Finally gonna work with the run and back from Emmy. They were expecting this level of aggression. 3 kills already, and this is just the Phoenix ult. It's not even the main body. Suddenly, every advantage that they've had has been neutralized.
And we talked about the value of that Phoenix. The panel was also championing this pick as a little underrated, to be honest with you. A lot of our APAC teams, they love it, but I don't think we've seen it too much on the international scene, as Twirly has her eyes laser focused on denying Gwen from doing anything. But that's going to be the first frag. Gwen tries to re-peek and take the diffuser, but nope. OGX with a very convincing first 5 rounds.
My god. What was that run up back? Just, we're not expecting Emmy to come charging in. I think they forgot about that ultimate maybe for a second, because they find these 2 openers and then they kind of relax. They try to go in for that post-plant setup, and Emmy with that flash just finds that perfect timing and these really crucial kills. And of course, towards the end, you do see the attempt at that 1v3 clutch, but it's really hard to do when you have an operator trained right at you. So the way that OGX played that round, right, not giving their opponents any chance to really set up in that post-line position, super well played. And now that Emmy is done with the run of black, it's going to be back to Odin duty. Twirly once again looking to get a little bit aggressive. ANC realizing this orb control fight is very important and are looking to contest it right off the bat. And Twirly still wants to fight for the space.
ANC wanted, but Aya will bring the reassurance as Japips is gonna fall. The operator not in the hands of Twirly anymore, and as I say that, she's deciding if she wants to keep the Vandal, just shuffling it away from ANC. Very intelligent. This Odin, once again, a surplus of ammunition, and the generosity will be given to Ivory. Emmy, once again, the gift that keeps on giving for OGX. Aya and Trix, they have a little bit left in the tank to salvage this, despite getting a big double kill. Emmy just has too much of a firepower advantage.
Literally, because, you know, she's Phoenix. I have bad jokes apart anyway. Just managed to pick up that operator as well. And
Please.
it's only 2 away from the run it back. And she only used it that previous round before this one. So, I mean, really farming up these kills and the ult alike here. Orangutan looking extremely comfortable starting off on this defensive side. And they only have used that run it back so far. Every other ultimate has just been lying in that back pocket, charging up, waiting perhaps for Anomaly No Charm to use some of their own, which hopefully we'll see them getting a chance to, because so far they have been crunched down on their entries into sites. They've been struggling to find those openers, and even when they do, Emmy is just that X factor that they have no defense against.
Exactly. Yet another slice of knowledge courtesy of Zach. But I have to say, you know what? If those types of jokes make you happy, Zach, go ahead. Make as many as you want. You're just not gonna get a reaction from me most of the time. Maybe a sigh. You know what I mean? But speaking of, it does look like ANC, they want to alleviate a little bit of this pressure and just get, again, just anything going here, really. They've been succeeding with these early fights. The question is, can they follow up? With 2 members already eliminated from play on the side of OGX, that is going to be a bit of a domino effect. But OGX kind of tumbling and falling right now. They've held on to most of their ults, barring that lockdown invested. And ANC, they are looking particularly healthy. And we've seen a bunch of 2VX rounds coming in for today.
Last player
Pips
standing.
wants to be part of that prestigious award, I guess. Casper doing as much as she can just for these exit frags, but we'll have to concede to the spike, unfortunately.
Finally, a round for ANC, and yes, they did burn a couple of those ults that we talked about to do it, but they were done in very, very good timing. They also managed to bait out the Cosmic Divide out of Casper, so that's one less thing they have to worry about, of course. Sharpshooting coming out of Aya as ever, and the thing that we see them having adapted from yesterday is just they've gotten better at dealing with this backside kind of play, right? Yesterday, it was just so difficult for them to really contend with, but today they are looking more brighter about it. They're able to kind of go in for these double-sided pinches, and they, once again, control, they're pretty good at setting up their post back in time. Once again, on the face side, it's going to be very aggressive right off the bat, giving Emmy that run it back for the rest of the round, and it should be interesting.
Didn't we see run it back just a few rounds ago, and that is just the fruits of their discipline and diligence to stick to their game plan and adjust if they need to adjust. Same defensive layout for OGX, not a lot of attention towards mid yet. An early warning sign. ANC, they still have that Viper spit. I think that's been in question for quite a good minute now, Zach. We're actually going to see the Viper spit, but before that, Twirly's going to take a peek for herself. Double dip and position herself in the back of the site.
Still that Killjoy turret playing a little bit of a spoil sport game, but with the help of this Viper wall, Aya's able to scale up quite a bit. Now looking towards that backside, but it's going to be Twirly with a blade strike to take her down instead. Eruma behind this box, still doing that as she can, and the Phoenix really setting up to isolate these duels as well, setting up the rest of OGX for success here. Beautiful Molly enables Eruma to find that kill, and after that, it is just a convergence on every single side. Orangutan, they might have lost that previous round, but they really haven't let that get to them, and they do it by holding on to most of these ults for the next round.
Adjustments, wonderful on the side of Orangutan as ANC. I really think like ANC, they have a wonderful game plan, but perhaps it is the age of this core, as yes, they have played together for a good minute, but again, just having the slightest change in members can pretty much alter the dynamic, right, for a lot of these systems. OGX, they have no problems whatsoever just holding ANC down, not allowing them to execute, be in their comfort zone.
OG definitely wrapping up the pressure here. 7-1 right now. They have the overwhelming lead. The thing is, this is their defensive side. This is where they were successful yesterday. They need to build up the lead and be sure they can replicate the same success on the other side. Already, again, aggressive positioning coming out of A main from Emmy in particular. Teammate does a little bit of baiting, takes a little bit of damage, but most of the push seems to be coming in from this art side of the map. Already, Aya dashing in, only a classic in hand, trying to regain footing, and they're going to be wrapping around some of these players on instead. Emmy finding the first one, Jumpies with another, though Aya finally strikes back. Emmy's still alive though, and as long as Emmy is alive, that running back is still a point of contention, which is basically another player.
Exactly. Playing 40 chess.
Bot coming
Except there are
back.
2 players on one side, and which is not fair. ANC, not the greatest weapons still.
30
if
seconds
they
left.
can manage to maybe just take one or get the spike down, this is enough of a consolation prize for them, as they will be more geared moving forward. OGX, I really, really love the patience, and you mentioned it. Their defense is, again, one of the best, if not the most stoic in the entirety of Game Changers.
10 seconds
They
left.
will not flinch, and will still get value off this aggressive push. And now we are stuck
Spike planted.
Aruma, I
One
love
enemy
the patience, waits for the spike to go down. Isolates the fight. Unfortunately,
One enemy
cannot
remaining.
really finish her opponent here. Ivory, again, a sentinel from, again, a timeless sentinel. If that is a term, but Emmy, the run it back. Oh my goodness, you saw Ivory try to go for the body. Cheeky play. Cheeky play, but Emmy will not allow it.
He just runs her down, does not care, uses the ultimate, and is aware of the possibility of being knifed. We've seen that happen quite a bit when you do see the Phoenix, but Emmy denies that and will get the defuse. Like you mentioned, having 2 lives in a 1v1 is always an advantage, especially if you can set yourself up for success. And with Ivory giving away her position right in the beginning, it just made things impossible. But considering that that was a low buy round for ANC, pretty good that they walked away with 4 kills and the spike plant at the end of it, charging up those ultimates. They're going to be having the Blade Storm and that Viper Spit, of course, that we've had for the last 6 rounds, was it, Ralph? Still going to be online.
I feel
But,
like ANC...
Yeah, ANC, they're just holding on to it for a dark moment. Go on.
I'm really curious to know why they hold on to this Viper Spit for so long. We saw this yesterday too, and I feel like if they were just a little more loose when using that ult in particular, they would win a few more rounds, because they've been brawling decently well. It's really that closeout, which the Viper Spit is just very, very good for. Emmy though has such a great
down,
position.
B.
I will try to salvage the situation, but already 2 of her teammates have fallen. That's going to be the flash, and
One enemy
smoke
remaining.
away as Emmy continues the rampage. Has another flash, but they have no idea where Gwen is. Oh, twirly, so close to scoping in and taking the last member away. There's the hopeful in this situation, but unfortunately the Trailblazer will allow Emmy for a massive 4K.
Goes for a play, doesn't get spotted by the Trailblazer, and knows that she can just lie in wait like a crocodile, chomping on victims. 2 kills already in the smoke, and after that, just that interplay, those minor mechanics coming out of both Emmy and her teammate there, I believe it was Japeeps, to go for the bait and switch tactic. Everyone's trying to take out Emmy, Japeeps just swings in and gets a freebie. Now Orangutan at 9-1, a bit of a repeat of history of yesterday, except this time they're the ones in the lead. And remember, this is ANC's map. They picked it, and so far, at least the parts.
And they hold it down very, very well up until the point of, I guess, a little bit of an overheat here on the side of Emmy. But twirly. So much attention, Japeeps! Can get more! She only gets 1. Or actually a pair, but Tuia flexing her clutching muscles here. 1v2, already aware of a potential flank. Unknown is Casper. They have no idea Tuia has already infiltrated B-Long. Aruma could actually steal this round away. No idea, but she sees the barrel. Can't get that first shot. The double up was there anyway. And OGX, double
Last
digits
round
first.
in the half.
10-1. They have almost every single ult heading into this final round. They have the economy to buy up as well. And of course, just these kind of trap plays that Orangutan are so good at setting up, right? There's one player, takes a kill, maybe shows their position. There's always another lying in the wings. And ANC so far, they've been taking it hook, line, and sinker. In this final round, at least, they are going to be able to buy up decently, and they have a couple of ults of their own, which might enable them to at least get that spike down. The problem is that post plant that we've been talking about, right? Even when they can get it down, Orangutan, they just give them almost no leeway to set up any advantage. The only round that ANC have won so far, it was after getting the spike down with the double of kills, so they're gonna have to try to repeat that tactic. Instead, they're just running down B.
They're running, they're sprinting, and hopefully they don't meet a sudden stop to this, as that is quite fatal. I really like this Cosmic Divide. It does give them a lot of space, but Aruma has been one of those very consistent sentinels. We've seen her emergence from, I believe, the first open on Big Scythe, then now finding a home in OGX in the last 2 opens. Peeps been, once again, an anchor for this team. We'll open it up. Tia narrowly avoids the Nova Pulse, and there we go. The Viper Spit. They're hunting for whoever is going to be stuck in the lockdown. Casper will get another one. Maneuverability is the name of the game for ANC here. They finally got their bearings. It's still a 2v3 though. It is diffusing, so that's gonna temporarily halt it, but Jameem is sticking.
remaining.
Can they stop
Last
it?
player
That's enough time being
standing.
burned. Tuya, she knows. Does she? Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, that came down to the
Switching
wire. I thought
sides.
for a second Casper was gonna stick it for sure, but Tuya just gets that headshot, does not whiff, and that will get ANC their second round. Once again, that Viper Spin, like you mentioned, Ralph, huge win condition there to really set them up for success. But also, just the
remaining.
positioning coming out of the two remaining players, they just were able to buy so much time and deny that defuse from really coming in. 2 rounds for ANC on their attacking. Not the best, but they could always come back. But before we head into that second half, let's see what our panelists have to say about this game.
Well, this may be the map pick for ANC. OGX just showing us how W Gaming looks like. We were questioning what value Emmy can bring in with the Phoenix, and they answered. It wasn't necessarily the set play that I was expecting to see, but it was definitely a set play that was very entertaining to watch at the very least. Emmy running it down with not only the Odin, but also running it back, just W Gaming her way through the site, and I think having that running back gave her a lot of confidence to just take up space.
Yeah, I think it wasn't just all of her Odin plays, it was also her hot hands. Basically, she has been very precise with that, even running and gunning with it. She still gets headshots for it. How they are able to take these ultimate orbs and steal that away from Anomaly No Charm is also a point wherein they can use that second life of the Phoenix in order to either stop the push, and that happened through B Long in that clutch situation that put Emmy at risk of being knifed, but she still got the kill anyway. Still had a lot of time for her to defuse the spike. So that's the value that we got from the Phoenix. It's definitely a hit for Emmy, but also these set plays from Anomaly No Charms, we did not see that come into play yesterday, and there is still a big barrier for Anomaly No Charm to be able to push through the site.
I think for Anomaly No Charms, I think their idea of playing site, or at least for B, has always been coming into from double doors to the site itself, and I think it's been like a big problem for them. Let's see if they're able to get this answered on the defensive side. Let's see what's gonna be. Raf, Zach, take it away.
Well, we are going to take it away. So, what are you going to do about it? Well, a question that might not be answered up until the end of this map, and a question we posed to Anomaly No Charms. What can they do to turn this around, as OGX really stood their ground and pretty much remained very tanky, Zach?
Yeah, taking the damage, taking the kills. Emmy on 19 and 6 in 12 rounds, exactly what you want to see from your duelist player. And remember, this was on defense, so if Emmy could pull that off on that particular side of the map, how much more damage can Orangutan do on attack? You say struggled a little bit yesterday, yes, but that's yesterday. This is today. They've probably gone back to the drawing board, knowing them, figured out what exactly they were doing wrong, and now can do no wrong. Maybe, maybe not. Now starting off, exerting a little bit of mid pressure early on here. Sticking together with the exception of one particular lurk. It does seem like numbers is the name of the game on this pistol round for Orangutan, and it served them well in the past. In fact, Emmy's just going to be charging it down here all the way through Art.
Talking about the numbers game, I think this is a bit of a trademark for OGX in that they will really try to brute force their way onto sites. And while it has worked in the past, it does kind of make the game incredibly messy. But Ivory with a crisp tap onto the face of Emmy will eliminate any forward pressure that Phoenix could potentially provide. Now Twirly backpedaling and going on the safer side. They do have a pretty convincing take on the Art side. So this retake is going to be funneled. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Ivory getting second for herself. And Aya wants to get as much space as she can, so this defuse is gonna go underway. She's still trying to duel it out.
Last player standing.
Found a little bit of room to be a bit safe. Aya and Trix take the pistol round and
Don't
hang
even
on.
start that shit here,
Zach,
mate.
I'm a little worried that OGX might repeat the same pattern that they've been somewhat going through in these last two opens in the fairly, I guess, limited offensive playbook.
That's a very nice diplomatic way to phrase it, but yeah, I completely agree with you there, Rafa. It could have been better. They got the spike down in a 4v5 post-plant setup, and the problem was that they had no map control, right? Of course, Casper was able to re-clear main and try to play off that Astra utility, but aside from that, there was just a constant danger of being surrounded on every single side that you had to see them play so far apart, Japeeps in particular, towards that art area, forced to hold down that position, leaving almost nobody on site. And Orangutan, after that round, despite getting that spike down, they're not going to be investing or forcing up really a couple of pistols, including that frenzy on Iruma. But aside from that, they're just trying to do some damage at the very least here.
But of course, Zach, what are we without diplomacy, right? But OGX, it doesn't seem like they're gonna go for a more, I guess, passive approach. They still want to stack up those numbers despite losing the first round. They want to do as much eco damage as possible. Maybe spread the economy of ANC out thin. Then going for that very, very heavy-handed A-hit. Ivory could fall here, but, well, even with her utility, Twirly still falls. Continue the onslaught, and Casper with the classic. Well, not the dreams of Tuia, but Ivory farming, getting closer and closer to that lockdown. Do we have an ace here? Yes, we do. And Ivory with that clean hold, ANC convert.
Stinger is just a laser at that range, and Ivory demonstrates exactly what she can do with it in that particular round. Not much of a buy for Orangutan, of course, but still, having Ivory get that lockdown after 2 rounds of play is just insane. That's going to be another problem that Orangutan have to contend with in this round, and it's going to be something that Anomaly No Charms are going to appreciate heading into this bonus, because even if they don't have the best weaponry, if nobody's on site because of a lockdown, what do you even do, right? Now Orangutan, with their buy kicking in, now applying that early A pressure. They've done some mid-conditioning over the last couple of rounds, but again, just trying to charge up that run it back and run it down onto the side.
Definitely speed. Maybe momentum is OGX wanting to attain here. Getting Ivory, who's been a thorn in their side for the last 2 rounds, is already a very, very big positive. Iruma, a late take towards Art, could potentially find, well, the whole of ANC. Spots Tuia, but Tuia lands cleanly, so that's gonna hurt the efforts of OGX.
That's a rifle that Tuia has picked up as well, so it's gonna make this retake a little bit more viable here for the side of ANC. 4v4 situation, utility being spammed on both sides as they try to push forward into the smoke. Aya with the spray and pray, not able to do anything. Tuia, though, on the other hand, 2 kills on the round already, 3 in fact, and now going for the defuse. She's sticking it, almost getting it all the way. Half the defuse has come through. It's just Casper versus the world, and Aya, all she has to do is stick the spike because her teammate has her back. And ANC, they win that bonus without investing that lockdown to boot, all because of Tuia. Holy Tuia.
The hero and the, again, controller, putting it a little literally, we will control the situation and we'll control it till we win. And now OGX on the back foot, again, just a little notorious on their attacker side. Perhaps a very, very haphazard approach. They already saw the utility, but they were very stubborn. They still wanted to go for it. I appreciate the courage and the bravado, but maybe if they remain a little less committed on these hits, then they could finish this out. But ANC slowly but surely, Zach, coming back into the game.
Definitely, and with their full buy not going in their favor, Orangutan, they're going to be on quite a bit of a back foot here. They do have the run it back ready to go, and they are going to be investing it with that hero rifle, trying to get that early space onto site. Tuia's playing inside her own smoke, not going to be caught out, so MH run it back doesn't really find anything, unfortunately. It does at least create some space onto site, so that might be a bit of a difference maker. Now, Twirly going up aggressive in that close range, absolutely melting Tuia up with that Spectre, is able to pick up that upgrade to boot. And Casper, in the meantime, hears all of this rotational noise coming in. Orangutan this time around setting up a bull span around site, and Casper finds a crucial kill.
Crucial indeed as Ivory, first to fall, or rather second to fall this time around, will make this defense that much more fragile, and this retake that much more difficult. These pistols and these the slowing rifles doing hella work. And a war on too many fronts for Twirly to handle. Boom and Casper, though, have retrieved the weapon, and time is of the essence as it is burning away. Casper finds tricks. Gwen trying to spray. Still has the half. Oh my goodness. Does she have time after this, though? No, she doesn't. And OGX, they barely eke it out.
A thrifty win for them, and they do it just because of the amount of control that they took. Again, Orangutan really, really good at adapting and learning from their errors in the previous rounds. They realized that on this B side, on this A side, they don't really set up post-squad deep enough, and they make up for that. Sure, ANC are able to take out these players, but they bought enough time in the process. Gwen really under pressure in this 1v2, finds the kills, but does not have the time to bring that diffuse down. And with that, Orangutan, their economy is revitalized. They have a couple of ultimates for that next round, and they're only 2 away from sealing in the deal on Pearl.
2 away, but it did cost them quite a few rounds to convert. ANC, slowly but surely, still adjusting. But the question is, are they going to fall for the classic conditioning strat that OGX is doing? Are we going to keep hitting A, or are we not going to keep hitting A? That is a question that they have to mull over as this timeout is still underway, Zach.
I mean, understandable. You really don't want to let your map pick slide away into a team like Orangutan's hands. They're very good at taking the momentum and running with it. And this was one of the games that we expected that would go the distance here, Raf, that we thought would be a very brutal back and forth punch out between these two teams. But on Pearl, at least, Orangutan, despite a little bit of an awkward start on their attacking side, have definitely managed to find a winning combination. Can ANC strike back in time? They do have the tools with which to do it. One off that Viper's Divide. They have the lockdown ready to go. But Orangutan, they're also stacking up a lot of these crucial ults. And the thing is that previous round, it was an eco round for them. The hero rifle on Emmy, as well as that run it back.
You are divided!
Enables Orangutan to really make their way onto site. Now, Cosmic Divide coming out early on from Casper here. Aya playing ahead of it, trying to stare down long, make sure that nobody's really coming in. Still, the being made, right? Has no idea if that is indeed a fake or not.
There you go. We talked about the conditioning and ANC. They've been caught on the rotation here. Timing once again will not favor them as Aya is going to be a lone ranger trying to hold off the Orangutan army. And she'll have to concede. That's just too much utility for her to bulldoze through. Lockdown already being invested in Emmy, already being a terror. What was once thought a safe way to retake will now be flooded by OGX players. Tricks with a flash. Unfortunately, Twirly's sight is still as clear as day. And Aya trying also to clean out this longer angle. We'll get that half at the very least. Emmy has to clear this up, and Aya takes critical damage. 29 health overall. And a pause with a reload. The defuse doesn't get stuck. Aya has to make a choice here. Has to do some damage. But Casper in the panic once again is going to drive a wedge through that defending team.
Match point now, and I appreciate that she was able to get the stick, but unlike last game where we saw too many pro zone fake moments coming through, Orangutan, they're too wily about that. Casper with the spray, with the careful checking, and just the way that Orangutan played for the time, too much for Anomaly to deal with. Now, in their penultimate rounds, 1 round away rather from moving on to that next map, they're still going to be able to buy up at the very least, so it's not entirely over. Aya in particular has been great at finding these crucial kills. The problem is that Orangutan, they've kind of figured out a way to deal with her, which is just to throw all of their players at her. Even Aya can't deal with the entire Orangutan squad, it seems like. And of course, you really do not expect a Phoenix to be lurking in that last round, which is exactly what Emmy does. And again, farming up that ultimate, really leading the charge in the Brainstorm. There is going to be some heavy presence in sight from these ANC players, but will that be enough to stop Orangutan?
Is yet again a question that we might see the answer for, and Twirly will meet Aya at the peak, at the top, and will win it out, posterizing her. And ANC now working without their pivot here, or their point guard, has to make something happen. Planting is being very patient with their approach here, OGX. They know they're right there. They know they are at the cusp of taking this map and taking momentum, precious momentum away from ANC. Ivory looks to capitalize on that flash, but won't find the farthest target. Instead, Emmy floods in and answers back. Baby Gwen, all alone and all up to her to keep the dreams of ANC alive. But who is there to be the nightmare on Pearl Street? It's Casper.
Casper, one of the most consistent players in Orangutan's lineup, and for good reason, right? She's always, we talked about how so often for SMG, there's a backline player just waiting in the wings, go high B. Well, you can say the same for Casper. She is just so consistent every single game, every single tournament, and even in a lot of these rounds down attack, right? Orangutan, even if their players went down early, in that 2v2 or that 1v1, it's always Casper at the end waiting with that Astra utility. So really, really great game coming out of Orangutan. They seem to struggle a little bit in the middle, but overall, very, very smooth victory for them. But hey, that's why we have our wonderful panel to break it down for us. Tash and Donut, here you go.
What a first game for between these two teams. I have to say that for Orangutan, winning this map is definitely a statement to say that even though it may be your map pick, but we are very proficient in this particular map. I think all eyes were on Emmy throughout the entire game. She put a lot of value in terms of firepower, in terms of her flashes and utility as well. A lot of the orbs were farmed to really enable her to be using not only her run it back for just eliminations or kills, but also to gain vital information where her team wasn't able to get if they were to be flashed out or if they were to be smoked out. At the same time, I think that there's a lot of value coming in as well for ANC. I feel like their hold is good, but a matter of fact is because OGX is just so overwhelming when it comes to firepower. They were definitely struggling in terms of making sure they can survive and take these fights.
Yeah, what was consistent from yesterday's performance of ANC in the map of Pearl is Aya's ability to take those first few kills during these rounds, right? But in terms of the conversion for the rest of the team, that wasn't seen because we see the likes of Emmy and as well as Twirly stop them at their tracks. Whenever they would try to make a move, OGX, it seems like they would always have a response of movement within the map, which is uncontrollable, whether it would be Casper's gravity wells or her smokes or Aruma's just sheer will to try and contain them on towards the site and these holds. That was something that's different from how OGX played yesterday in the map of Pearl versus now a very same performance from Team ANC, which we did not expect because we know that they selected this map for a reason. They do have set plays prepared, but it wasn't just the perfect platform for them to do so, or probably OGX is just very strategic about answering back.
I think it's more of like whatever that ANC has been done yesterday was just read by OGX at this point, because again, we didn't really see a lot of adjustments coming through from yesterday and today. Their way of entry from attack is still playing from coming in from double doors to B or say art to A. We did see a few times where they did try to to really take control or just take control of the orbs, but again, they just losing the skirmishes as opposed to OGX, who have been really funneling these, I would say, orbs into the game. Regardless, we are going to be seeing our second map just for a bit. After this, more VCT Game Changers APAC Open 3. See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific 2023 Open 3 Tashbunny alongside Donut here, your analyst for today. Now, we saw map number 1 between Anomaly No Charms versus Team Orangutan X, and we saw quite a stomp here from Orangutan X. Emmy with her phenomenal plays on the Phoenix alongside Twirly's, I would say, Reign of Terror. I think this very crazy duelist duo is something that everyone should be afraid of.
Yeah, I think this is something to watch out for, something new that could be brought to the table. We were mentioning all about the adjustments that some of these teams make, and this addition of Emmy really makes all of the difference for OGX because it's the stability and the consistency of Casper, of Japeeps, but now a new flavor is here, and we saw that in the map of Pearl. And looking at now the pick of OGX, which is Bind, I think they lost to FULLSENSE Saphire yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think they have a lot to offer here since this is their map pick.
I mean, I think they have an idea what they want to do on this map. I think they have a set play, an idea of what's going on. I think given the fact that their performance on Pearl just now shows us a little taste of what we can expect on Bind. Now, Bind, I would say, is quite a tricky map because it doesn't really have a mid area for control. It's a little bit more on those teleports, and there has been changes to the teleports. And it gives them, I think, for teleport toward the A side, especially because the movement of the teleport being closer allows you to just swing as soon as you just teleport out. Regardless, coming through into this map, we all know it's a little bit more defender sided. So on attacker sided, I think they have to be a little bit more creative on how exactly they want to push the sites and how exactly to draw out those utilities early in order to give them passage onto the site. But knowing Orangutan X, who love playing very aggressive, I'm not even sure. I'm trying to figure out how exactly they can punish OGX for this aggression.
Yeah, I think that's a lot to do with the playstyle and how they would adapt to this specific map. Because if we're taking a look at Bind, right, and with how Emmy and Hurley played earlier, I guess they have the perfect form to apply here in Bind, even if you're in the attacking side. Because whether or not this map is defensive, defender-sided, you would know how to try and take all of those utilities to your advantage. And that's what we saw earlier from Emmy and from Twirly. They were just wreaking havoc on towards the site, and they were uncontrollable in that situation. And even if Anomaly No Charm did have a certain solution to that, it was either too late in the mid-round to adjust, or they didn't really have the best possible tools to break them down. And here in the map of Bind, we don't it's quite new, right? It has just been returned. A lot of teams have banned it in the last Open 2, but now we're seeing a new Bind and a new way of playing it. And I saw Emmy play here, and I'm very excited to see what she will be showing us. Will it be another aggression type? Will it be now controlled because of Casper's playstyle? Or maybe just a balance of that would be great.
I think that for this particular map, given how they played yesterday, I think attack, or actually aggression, will be the name of the game. We see a lot of dominance coming in from Orangutan X in the first half on the FULLSENSE game, which is on their attack side. So it does show that for attack siding sort of play, it does show a little bit more power coming from them, given the fact that they are running, say, 2 duelists as well as an initiator like Japeeps that can give a lot of value in terms of how she uses those flashes. Now, it was the defense side that we start to see Orangutan X really suffer. So I'm wondering, what did they learn from this defensive side? How are they going to be stopping any aggression coming through here from the side of A and C? And also, what changes are they going to be doing to their lineup, or is it going to be the same?
Yeah, I think the biggest difference in terms of their agent selection should be about their controller, right? That could be a potential stop to Emmy and Hurley's aggression, which is in the form of a Brimstone played by Tuia. But the Sova as well as Aya actually playing the Sky, this is a big difference, and we're seeing Trix here pulling up a trick on us because she's going to be playing a Raze. She is so good with the Raze here in the map of Bind since she started playing competitive here in the Philippines, and I'm quite excited to see that switch up. Will it be effective, or will it be an anomaly again against OGX?
I'm really excited to see the return of Trix on this duelist one more time. But coming into this play here, I think for Baby Gwen having that perfect recon to push up to, to put that recon to the back of site to really clear out those areas behind all of those smokes put in by Casper as well as Iruma can give a lot of value, can give them a value on how exactly they want to push toward the back and contain a little bit more space in that site. Because a lot of the time we see teams, they will probably put smokes in the middle of the site. They never really take control of maybe for B site, the back of container, or even toward the back of halls, or maybe even trying to get into U-Haul or even the back of site for A. So this can give them a lot of value if they're able to get that perfect recon to really enable tricks. Regardless, I'm really curious to see what exactly is brought to the table. Again, this is OGX's map against FULLSENSE Saphire. They went 13-9, so it is a bit of a statement play. But the last time Anomaly No Charms played against Savage, they did win this map 13-11, so it was a very close match here. So wondering how have they prepared for this map? Were they actually expecting to go on this map? Is also a question I have.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of expectations. I think one of the things that could be open or can be taken advantage of by Anomaly No Charm is the fact that they don't really have a solid sentinel. They do have a double controller, but it's up to them, right, to how to play it on their strengths. Probably aggression is going to be something, and then just providing a five-woman post-plant situation is something that we can expect from OGX, but we have nothing else to say here because we will be ready to get back to the game.
That's right. Let's go pass it over to our casters. We have Zach and Raf. Go ahead, guys.
On to Bind we go as Orangutan look to close this one out, and ANC looking to stay afloat and continue their tournament hopes and dreams. Once again, guys, my name is Raf, and that wonderful human being over there is Zach. And I actually got the point right on the first time. I didn't get confused.
I did that the wrong time a couple of times yesterday, so don't worry, Raf, you're still way ahead of me. But yes, Bind, it's gonna be coming up. This is a map where yesterday Orangutan, they found a great deal of success in that first half, and then FULLSENSE, they won the next 9 rounds in a row and were able to take the map away. But again, Orangutan, they lost on Pearl as well yesterday, and they were able to just bounce back into it and do a great job. So they've definitely gone back to the drawing board, figured out what they could do better, and implementing that round by round, inch by inch. Now heading to Bind here, the agent comps, pretty interesting for both of these sides, but I think that Orangutan, having not only dealt with this map before, but also choosing it again today, it just shows that they've come prepared.
And indeed they have. ANC still have that task of just trying to cut the pillars of this defense away. OGX starting on the attacking side. And I think the panel did highlight that they don't have a sentinel, so they're going to be very, very active on their defending end, which is fairly uncharacteristic of OGX. But as you mentioned, they have come prepared. We're very excited to see what they can do to this dusty frontier on Bind.
Dusty indeed, but it might just be a little bit of facilitating for OG, because when the dust settles, they are going to be ahead if they have their way around it. Now, in particular, there's a double duelist comp. We've seen it before, but this time around, it's going to be Emmy on the Jet instead. We saw her flashy plays that last time around on Pearl, with her being set up on a little bit more of a space-taking kind of duelist. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. And for a team that's attacking with 2 duelists Orangutan, they have a very passive start so far, looking to put some pressure on the other side of the map. Already spotting out a player in the open, and Japanese is happy to confirm that kill. Now, he comes through as well, and the timing might be perfect. Every single player from AMC looping up around this area and forcing Orangutan to retreat, keeping the spike in their control.
And that it is, between a rock and a hard place. Operating on a player deficit too is OGX. A bit of a rut here. They're trying to clear out if there's any deep lurks, but as you can see, Ivory has her eyes set. A pain shell might make them scramble and again condense them a little bit, so that is going to be a lot of utility, and it's doing hella work here, softening them up. Lean 2v1. All of a sudden, Emmy super low. They still managed to take that kill, and that is going to be a lot of creativity on the side of OGX. ANC not too mindful of their spacing, unfortunately, forgetting that Viper and Raze thrive in those situations.
Yeah, that close range combat really favoring them, especially with that snake bite that came down. Really, really nice work coming out of Orangutan. 3k for Aruma, of course. And for a second, I thought that round was pretty much over, Ruff, especially when that spike fell down in that position. But Orangutan, they were so quick to react, right? Go around, wrap around, and find those kills. It just seemed like ANC, they were not ready for it. And talking about being ready for it, only Ivory is going to be really investing in this round with the Bucky, which we might see coming into play here in the corner. One, but only one.
One, but that's enough to potentially rattle and alert the rest of OGX that maybe some of these players are going to be running the shorty. Maybe we're going to have to be a little more careful of our range finding here. They see quite a bit of resistance here. It does look like they might crawl towards A. However, the defenders on the side of ANC have not let their guard down. Still, OGX holding their ground and just being very, very patient here. A great look in comparison to their Pearl attack, which was just run and gun, basically.
Yeah, and their strategy seems to have worked. It has caused a bit of a rotation over towards that B side. Almost all the players, in fact, from ANC are just moving over towards A, hoping for that gamble stack to really pay off here. But instead, Orangutan, they just look to walk into B instead here. Site completely empty. Aya all the way back in spawn, watching for a bit of a push. And Orangutan, with 30 seconds left, they get that spike plant down for free and more than enough time to really set up for
30
that post plant,
seconds left.
because ANC, they haven't moved an inch here.
Not at all, and it's been, once again, very tactful of how
Spike
ANC
planted.
and OGX approach the game. Granted, though, I feel like this would have been the round where ANC would be a little more antsy, I suppose. Just add a little Y to their name. Be a bit more aggressive and just ruin the economy, right? Because that's really the primary goal of an eco round. My goodness, words are difficult, but not as difficult as the retake. As it begins, Swirly has already found one member out and has zoned herself out too. Doesn't seem like it's hurting anybody.
One enemy remaining.
3k before she falls. Casper cleaning up the rest of the group. OGX converting very well.
Yeah, they lose a couple of Spectres, but all things considered, it could have been much worse, especially with considering how low Twirly was in that particular situation, almost taking the paint shells to her own face. Either way though, Twirly really charging up that showstopper here with that 3 kills, with those 3 kills and that death. And Orangutan, despite this being their bonus round, it's kind of debating what exactly they want to buy for it. Not going to be investing too much. They are close to that showstopper, 3 away from it, and Twirly is the one with the Bulldog, kind of the one you want to be the face of your weaponry. Now ANC looking to get a bit proactive towards a short area of the map, pushing a bit forward, but Orangutan again, this B site is where they have their eyes set.
And it doesn't look like they're looking to look away. ANC avoiding eye contact as we have a very safe setup here on the side of Ivory. Play off her utility, which is already going to be a gigantic pain on the side of OGX. A lot of utility just trying to flush out short control here for ANC. A lot of patience too on the side of OGX. And a very conservative buy on Aruma. They really want to capitalize on building a strong economy first. ANC moving on muscle, although Emmy is going to be shredded and be left with no armor.
A little bit of a devastating toll there, but still, all things considered, now smoke's coming down in earnest to deny further space for OG, as they've already taken control of the showers area. A bit of a fake smoke play to gain a little bit more space, and the
30
Cyphers that are being
seconds
broken
left.
will finally give away the play that Emmy was just a bait, and ANC took it, hook, line, and sinker. B-side once again just available for free. Only Ivory playing in the smoke, not able to really do any kind of spray damage here, and now caught out by the Lupa, though at least the kills. 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but a Phantom being led astray towards the attacking side could be a small issue here for ANC. Gwen won't have any utility for the next 8 seconds, but they're looking to pinch off of this. They do get elbow control away from OGX. There is no more snake bites either. So this post bot might look a little sketchy on the side of OGX, but the damage has been done. They've already got their ult orbs and a little bit of economy going. Tips will fall into this octagon push.
One enemy
Tries to salvage
remaining.
the situation, but nobody has fight just yet. Remy gets a second one. Fairly expensive still on the side of ANC. No
Last
time.
player standing. Clutch.
It's like you win the battle, but not the war. That's exactly what happened in this round. Orangutan, they make it
true.
scrappy. They all go down, but in the end, ANC, they just are left with no time to even get on that spike. It's like they were kind of celebrating. They killed everybody, and they're like, "Wait a minute, didn't I leave the kitchen lights on? Isn't there something I'm
no.
supposed to do? Oh wait, the spike!" And it goes off. It explodes. Boom. And Orangutan, they're going to be feeling very, very happy about that. Minimal investment, great returns, and to top it off, every single ANC member lost their gun. So, awesome economy, for Orangutan at least.
I can't help but feel the potential mental damage that round caused, right? Because it was enough of an investment to try and weed out OGX from their positions. But then to still not get the defuse down, hopefully ANC remain calm and unrattled. They do have a lot of veteran presence on their team. But I can't help but feel that they're trying to plant their feet a little too firm. And instead of being easily able to adapt, they're looking a little brittle. And what is that, Emmy? How do you get that after jumping up? And the judge, once again, confusing not just me, but maybe the audience and the players themselves, as this weaker set
Spike
of weapons is just not working out for ANC so far. And Emmy, you can't do it twice. You gotta call the cops. This is not legal. Can they actually slay her? Yes, they can. But once again, the funnel, the fatal funnel, as Twirly gets a 3k Zahk. Ooh.
It's like, you know, when you're playing like an RPG, you fight like a neighborhood boss and then a province boss and then the boss. It's just like Orangutan had these layers of protocols. Like, yeah, you've dealt with them and you feel very happy. You're like, hey, free weapon there. And then you realize that it's just the first boss. There's like at least 2 more people behind her. And Orangutan, they're very quick to capitalize on it. Surely really being able to get those frags to come through. And we'll have the showstopper for the next round off the top of it. So very, very nice round for Orangutan. Really charging up these crucial ultimates here. For Anomaly, though, it's not entirely over. They have quite a bit of their own.
Ooh.
Now, with that aggressive push, already finding value. Maya and Trix between them, taking out the heavy hitters on Orangutan's side and getting away with their lives.
Well played here by ANC, just to kind of ruin the rhythm for OGX. And as you mentioned, it is a bit of an escalating boss fight for OGX, but all their first few gym leaders have fallen. ANC collecting their badges and very, very happy with the results. They come out unscathed. Great returns in their investment, but they're still hanging around the teleporter, which is a very peculiar decision by OGX.
Very peculiar indeed. And with that being the case, now Orangutan in the 3v5 trying to recoup their losses. Recon Bolt not going to spot them out exactly, but giving away the game that ANC, that this is still where they're planning to come. Lots of shift damage being done to Twirly, the shock dart as well. Still though, Twirly and Aruma between them able to find these crucial kills. Now Orbital strike to boot. Thankfully it's on Aruma, who will be able to take a lot of damage but still get away with their life. And now they look to go
30
in
seconds
to
left.
the side where Ivory is just lying in wait. All of these players tagged up so low, just falling into Ivory's clutches here. Finally, though, Aruma is able to take her down and find the timing. 1v2 situation, 2v2 situation, Tuya getting healed up, and with 15 seconds left to spike, it has to go down
Spike
here.
planted.
ANC looking to get antsy, as you like to say it.
Last player standing.
Fighting the timing here, and will confirm the kills.
Once
Wow.
again, such a well-adjusted player on the side of ANC. OGX, despite getting those salvage kills on the earlier onset of, I guess, that teleporter take, at the very least, right, they made Tuya invest that orbital strike, but man, were they
30
really
seconds
hungry
left.
for that U-Haul control, for all of it to kind of bail out. Aruma being very, very sharp and being very impressive still will ultimately lead them to a bit of a standoffish position here, Zach. All the ultimates are pretty much on the board here. Aruma needs but one to have her online, so maybe we're gonna see an explosive and a quick twirly Emmy hit. We'll find out soon.
Early flash to coming up towards that long area, and explosive hit does seem to be the call indeed. It's like they heard him down the charge, back into the site, showstopper to good. Gonna be able to take out Ivory there, and with that sentinel going down, this site just looking so much more vulnerable. Trix still in his elbow, holding down a crucial bit of space. Will in fact find a kill onto Twirly with the pain shells here. Huge work, but in this level 4 situation, still a lot of work left to do here. Now Emmy just jumping around with the judge,
You want to
trying
fight it?
to create that pressure, and with that Cosmic Divide coming in, will create a funnel for Emmy to capitalize on.
enemy
Only gets the one though, but Casper is there in the wings. Spray traps are immaculate, and now Trix in a 1v2 pulls out the Pangels at the worst time though, and Aruma, not one to let the grass under her feet grow, will get Orangutan to fire.
And that is where we are gonna go. A bit of an ultimate dump. Honestly, that last round, everybody was just throwing everything. Maybe barring the kitchen sink. But it did come down to very, very impressive gunplay. Trix managed to eke out one more kill, but could not fall back into safety in time. Now ANC suffering the consequences of this economy. And man, it's rough. They have to, again, maybe prioritize getting orbs on Tuya or anybody that can ramp up this comeback. OGX looking to out and just take it, but Ivory secures not just the neural theft, but a weapon for their team. But this is information that they already know. ANC still really loving this extra layer of security. She does have a Blade Storm, but she does retrieve the Vandal. She still keeps the Judge. But Trix manages to take her head off even through the wall. The fragility of this team potentially showing. OGX, they're not going down without a fight. Time is still ticking and Twirly's all alone. Trix so low that Boombot is gonna buy time and space, and Aya is defusing it. This is pretty much it for this round. And ANC managed to string 2 back-to-back rounds.
Really, really nice work coming out of, in particular, I believe, Trix there on that raise, swapping over to the roll, and of course, just that quick play to clear out Hookah and take out Emmy. It made all the difference, because at that point, Orangutan, they were playing pressured on every single side, and Trix being able to take that crucial bit of territory really set them up for success. Now, Orangutan still gonna have the economy to buy up for this particular round, but slowly but surely, ANC, they're finding the momentum and these crucial kills. Even if they can get that initial advantage, right? It seems to be all that they really need to do to try and make the rest of the round work. And with that newfound confidence, they are willing to get even more aggressive kills to the side. Oh, poor Emmy.
A lot of these blind kills happening and maybe potentially frustrating on the side of OGX. Emmy, who's usually the one to deal early damage, kinda getting caught out here. OGX still reassessing what they want to do. They're still bolting towards B, not really giving reason for Ivory to leave it alone, but Ivory may be in a bit of a sticky position, getting tagged up and not really getting cleaned up. Twirly finally gets that kill, but Trix, as you mentioned, really turning up the heat and potentially searing OGX. 3v4, it's up to Twirly and Aruma. They have Pit. This makes it infinitely more doable.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
As
not
I
again.
say that, not again.
Just Aruma now, and Trix will just run her down, take her out, and get ANC their third round. 3 in a row right now. They're really, really on fire here. And, you know, you gotta give it to OG for getting onto side, and despite being in a 2v4, for willing to invest that Viper's Pit. But sometimes that Viper's Pit, it can do more harm than good, especially when you're being surrounded on all sides and the visibility just goes down. Letting Trix get maneuvers like that already has the showstopper back online, and with these round losses, Orangutan, they're gonna take a bit of a breather here, try to figure out how exactly things are going wrong for them, because they are going pretty wrong.
That's a very on the nose way to put it, but OGX have definitely lost a little bit of momentum, and ANC, they are capitalizing on it as Trix, like you mentioned, has been pretty much performing to the best of her capabilities. She does have that showstopper in hand, despite using it just a pair of rounds ago, I believe. Orangutan, like you mentioned, reassessing, reworking the plans, and perhaps finding a more effective way of executing it. Aruma, that Viper's Pit is going to be sorely missed, but they have time and they have a round buffer to get back into the swing of things.
They still do at least have the economy as well. So all things considered, Orangutan, this is a really good time out there. You have to figure out how exactly to deal with this sudden onslaught that ANC is throwing at them. And it's something that ANC are doing very, very well, right? Measured aggression. They take control of one particular crucial area of the map, kind of bog Orangutan down in the fighting. And when Orangutan does try to rotate, they inflict heavy casualties on them. So even if Orangutan do get that spike down, right, they're at this consistent disadvantage. And ANC, they want to try and maintain it. Once again, Orangutan, instead of going in for a bit of a heavy push towards showers, putting the pressure towards his B site instead. I don't know if they managed to break the camera yet. I don't think so because it's on the other side. And with the Cypher and Raze both positioned towards his B long area, it's going to make a very scrappy and interesting fight.
Uh-oh. Trix could ult and very much find the majority of OGX. Flashes, still not invested here. This Trailblazer could prompt Trix to react. We do have a heavier defense here. Forced to backpedal as Aya is going to do a little bit of work outside of our perspectives, but this duel is going to keep going. Ivory burning a cage just for the safety, and I like that. They know that they have the advantage. No more reason to press up and to risk more things and more plays.
Once again, a player gonna be caught by that tripwire. Nobody really on site to be able to break it, so Orangutan's pressure kind of paying off for them. Now both of them trying to play around the smoke here, and find a first fight will go down, but the showstopper is here to go, just jumps over it, just thoroughly 10 HP left and staying alive. That is absolutely insane footwork coming out. Now a 4v4 situation, it is going to be ANC on that retake attempt. No real ults in hand. Keeps hearing all of these sound cues towards CT. Nobody really holding a crossfire with her though, so it's going to make things much more difficult, especially if their Tuya just manages to get the kill like that. Both players on site falter very quickly. Now it's just going to be Casper in a 1v3. Can't even find that first, and ANC, they bring it back 4-5.
This is getting uncomfortably close for OGX, and as you mentioned, just those small things, right? Where was the crossfire? Where was the response and the mess that was happening? OGX, once again, looking for ways to refine this attacking side. Tuya getting pretty much a free kill there onto Japips, and the response by OGX, that, pardon me for repeating, a little lackluster on that post plan. So now they have to rely on this hero phantom buy on the side of Emmy. And again, this is pretty much a ragtag buy. OGX might just give this round up. Tuya has her ult. And still they are looking to try and overwhelm anybody who's trying to bring down B, Zahk.
Time to hunt. I mean, if it doesn't work the first time, maybe it'll work the next time. So now it's just gonna be Emmy satchling in, but Trix ready for it, taking the fight head to head, and the judge doesn't exactly work out. Emmy's still present towards his backside though, along with Casper able to pin down and take out Ivory.
I've got your trail.
Alive towards his area of the site, so it's very, very trying to contend with her utility being spammed towards Hookah. The smokes come down as well to buy a little bit more time for veterans, and now Emmy towards his spawn, taking the fight, will win it out, and with Trix going down suddenly Orangutan, a little bit of hope restored for them. We have quite a bit of pressure on the other side. Casper with the molly finds a crucial kill, and it's just Casper by the final one. Orangutan, very, very scrappy, but they make that thrifty work.
Every time I see the vulnerable status effect, my eyes just like light up. It's like, oh my gosh, one sheriff shot is gonna absolutely obliterate this human being and erase them from existence. And that snake bite really did so much work. I think we're gonna go right into that moment. A little bit of a mix-up there in the jump, but like you mentioned, right, hasn't really diminished the success of that super scrappy and brawl heavy round by OGX. ANC, they want to take some success again away from OGX and repeat that hyper aggressive play towards no dice as Twirly avoids a Trailblazer, but her own bot will be removed from play. And OGX playing the waiting game yet again.
Patience has been working out.
You are divided!
Especially with ANC making the more minor of mistakes in their urge to really go forward. Now taking the head-to-head confrontation. Aya wins it out though. Ivory on the other side takes out Casper, and that's costing the fight. Casper really accounted for much. The rotation comes in through the TP. But again, Ivory proves her mettle, finding a room before being shut down. 2v4 situation once again. Showstopper invested to Boot to try and gain a little bit of space, try and find a bit of kill. Will at least try to get that plan going out, but that Orbital Strike will deny even that much. The Showstopper though from Twirly still finds a kill, 2v3.
And that is a moment where, once again, That is just like,
Bye-bye.
how? You know what I mean? Like, Trix is probably scratching her head just a little bit. It's like, how did she even know? But again, it's one of those things where it was just a product of circumstance.
30
Really had
seconds
to let
left.
it live.
One enemy
So
remaining.
somebody was in proximity. 1v2. Yep, I did not even give OGX and Japips the chance to breathe despite being fairly low.
Yeah, I really
My
like
ult
that
is ready.
play. I mean,
It
again,
is
just
over.
once the TP sound comes in, right, Gwen just books it for short. She's like, okay, you guys got CT, I've got this other way. The only way they're really funneling it is through the showers area, and they're just able to surround them on all
30
sides.
seconds
It just
left.
seemed like
One
there was no
enemy.
inkling that this is going to be where Gwen is coming from, and Gwen is able to take out Jabeeps without too much trouble. Very, very good positioning and spacing coming out of ANC on this particular map. They're looking so much more smoother, and yeah, while Trix does go down, a little bit unlucky there, but all things considered, the game, it goes on, and Trix 13-7 right now, leading the scoreboard for Anomaly, has very well put them in a position to end it
Standing ahead.
at a possible 6-6, especially with the number of ults that ANC has stacked up.
Things are looking towards a very positive trend for ANC, as we talked about. Three, though. She does have the snow tech, so if there is going to be a stray kill, she might get that up. But no, Gwen is gonna burn the Hunter's Fury and even
Spike
this
down,
out.
B.
Japips, that healing and that sustainability is gonna be sorely missed. No more guiding lights either for the easier fights. Check early again. They use the spot quite a few times. Tuya does take quite a bit of damage from Emmy, but will still come out on top. 3v4, equalize it again as Trix, the hero, the veteran, everything for ANC, and boots Haruma away. 6 cents. You mentioned it. The 6 cents, the 6 wins, 6 rounds on the board for everybody, really.
Hey, it looked really bad in the beginning. What was it? 5-0 for Orangutan, but ANC, they jump back
Switching
into it, and they
sides.
jump back with style to be able to take almost 6 consecutive rounds in a row. Sure, Orangutan got a couple in the middle, but all things considered, really, really strong start for both of these teams. Now, with a side swap coming in, who do you think will be taking it away? Panelists, let us know.
Despite the very strong start that we saw from Orangutan X on attacking side, it seems like ANC have finally found the answer to their aggression. And I have to say that their defense has been very, very strong. And to see Trix put in all that firepower as a duelist, I think for the first 7 rounds, Trix was way ahead of her teammates in terms of amount of frags, because she's just so good at positioning and really predicting where exactly the attacks are going to be coming out from OGX. Yes, Emmy did put in the firepower. She got a lot of cheeky kills with the judge, but I think after a while it got read out so well by ANC.
Yeah, it's her ability to predict where they could be, and that's going to be the biggest threat if you're against a Raze who actually gets to kill with the utility, right? Not just about the aim, but also with that pristine throw of any of the paint shells or even that showstopper. Then that's the biggest threat. I think the adjustment that they did make during that half was when they won the Thrifty, they used the momentum to their advantage, and they let the team of OGX play it first, and then they respond with all of the utility. Ivory was holding with Trix, the B site, and it was basically something that was gated and nobody could pass through. The retakes were also amazing from ANC, and OGX maybe did not just expect that quick snap from ANC.
Regardless, this patience play has been working out very, very well for ANC. Let's see how they fare on the second half. Tossing it over to Raf and Zach.
Thank you very much for that, Tash and Donut. Now, heading into the second half, so far these teams have been neck and neck. And Orangutan, they started off great on this attacking side, but were quickly countered. Now, switching over to defense here, from Orangutan yesterday, we saw that they had a great pistol round, but after that, FULLSENSE were just able to sweep through. Do you think they've been able to really rectify that today, Raf?
Well, when we talk about OGX, it's always going to be their defensive side. So if they take this pistol and be a little more convincing, I would definitely agree. But, oh man, if we really talk about that FULLSENSE game, FULLSENSE has been one of those teams where they've been a pleasant surprise, honestly. I think they're the only team so far to make SMG bleed, and I can't believe we're talking about SMG when they're not here. But
They're SMG.
it
We
is-
talk about them all the time. They're always on my
Yeah, that is true. It is something that we have to address. In any case, OGX, they are going to be manning this, I guess, the bastion of a defense without a sentinel, so they're going to be a little more proactive. And a little more, I guess, careful to try and be a doorstop for this team. And Twirly has to take an early exit here. Thankfully, Japips falls back without a hit.
Go get him.
But yeah, this B side off the back of that TP looking just a little bit more vulnerable. Still gonna be some utility left thanks to Aruma's smoke screen and mollies to try and stall this push coming in. And it will buy enough time for a possible rotation. But at this point, ANC, they look like they still want to press the issue on this B side. They've gotten long control, invest the drone to figure out how many more players are on this particular side. They know that Aruma's here to spot her out, but they don't catch sight of anybody else. Despite that, maybe it's just a warning sign that they're thinking they're just waiting for OG to make a mistake before they power through. Flash from Japeeps will give away the information that they're still hanging around here. And in this corner, Emmy, I don't know, she spotted out this player.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my goodness, that is quite a few shots, yet Emmy manages to survive, and
One enemy
Japips!
remaining.
That is the
Down
reason
B.
why you have to get rid of her early. Otherwise, she is gonna come back and pretty much annihilate the rest of your team. Oh no, but not for OGX, apparently.
Yeah, that was just a bait, you know, Emmy doesn't break the dart. They spawn 3 players and they're like, oh yeah, that's where everybody is. Nothing else to worry about. And then
down,
Japeeps
B.
just takes the timing and they initiated to find those 3 kills. Absolute bonkers work coming out of the Ape gang here as they take that first pistol. Now, this is where things kind of went south yesterday. They won the pistol and then lost everything else afterwards, unfortunately. But if they can win this anti-eco, it will be the side that they need. So power forward, because remember, this is their map. This is where they put up a great show yesterday in that first half at least. And this is where they have a chance to knock ANC out of the tournament once and for all.
That is indeed I guess a condition that ANC fans are not going to be too happy about, but that is just the nature of the beast. As many times as we said it before, really is not a good feeling saying goodbye to some of these teams, but Trix, again, still has a lot of staying power here. Although Aruma could find a lurking Ivory. I actually think Ivory saw her first, but the discrepancy between weapons is just too much to overcome. Trix assuming that there is a flank that is in the works, has been frozen in place. And ANC, another team that's very methodical in their approach and in their attack. Trix thought about going into the teleporter, but decided against it. They are walking into very, very dangerous territory
player
here.
standing.
And
Spike
oh my
down
goodness,
A.
indeed, as OGX, that trademark shield, that trademark defense, will not allow any more bleeding to happen.
Lovely work coming out of Casper there to just find the timing through the smoke, peek out, and deny even that extra money from that plant. Again, Orangutan, over this course, this half, right, both of these rounds, they've just been able to read ANC really well, not panic and over-rotate, and stack up these sites in time to let Casper and in that previous round, Japeeps make plays like that. They focus their attention on some other piece of utility or another player, and off the back of that, they're able to just kind of excel. Now, in this bonus round, Emmy already going in for that investment of that operator.
It is huge. OGX, they want to capitalize on the momentum they've had on the previous rounds, and Emmy actually picking up the operator. Again, we've talked about it a little bit, but seeing it actually in a bonus round is still a little crazy to me. But, well, you need to be a little crazy to be considered a genius. Not entirely sure how that exact saying goes, but it's along those lines. And Emmy still really holding down hers. Can't get the pick, but still manages to dash away. Is gonna double dip for seconds. Ivory gets twirly. And with the op shots ringing through, that is going to be their signal to just outright leave. Yeah, setting up the smokes. And OGX holding down the site still, albeit a little inconsistent with their weapon buys. Oh, Casper, I thought he missed with the adjustments, and Emmy right there to clean it up. 2v3 still, Zahk.
indeed. OG, they have the numbers advantage. They've picked up some of these upgrades, and they want to try and
One
find
enemy
advantage
remaining.
here. They just walk into Japeeps, though, just waiting for Gwen to possibly make that mistake. Now Tuya in a 1v3 knows the presence of that operator in heaven. The smoke will go at any second, just trying to play the time. Finds that first kill, but Emmy, that operator, that hero buy, coming in huge with 3 kills already. And Orangutan, they take that bonus in style. 3 rounds in a row right now. And I think Orangutan so far, Raf, they've won almost every single bonus or that they played today.
That is
Except
true.
for
And,
that one on Pro.
okay, everything except that one on
One
Pro.
enemy remaining.
Interesting
3 out of 4
statistic.
ain't bad. 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
That is true. And another thing is that I feel like there's a lot of hesitation on the side of ANC for not just these rounds, but if you notice that one round that really got them going was when they played aggressive and when they were sure of that mid push, but Charm should have won. They're a little slow. They get a little bit of damage, but they're not really confirming any of these fights. It's very weird.
Now, though, they're finally taking that timeout, which is interesting because it is going to. That was the last round was their full buy. So this round, it seems like they still want to force up. They have enough in the tank for one more mixed kind of buy where they put everything inside, or just one off of it. So 1 or 2 off of it. So if they can get that online for tricks, it might be enough for them to really guarantee their entry into sight. The problem is that Orangutan's defense, we talked about a little bit before. They are just the iron wall. They have MA on that operator still, but more than that, every other member is going to be equipped with not just rifles, but also a full kit of utility right now. So that's a lot that Anomaly No Charm have to bait out before they can really even consider getting that spike down, especially... Never mind, they changed their mind. They're just going to be going up this round.
Although everything you said is completely valid in OGX, a lot of their players are just so comfortable with anchoring down instead of just backing off and playing for the retake, which is both a bit of a strength and a curse, because it does somewhat allow those bigger bursts, and if they can't get the pick, it will serve just, again, issues upon issues. But Emmy already opening this defense up with an operator kill to her name, Luna, chancing a little bit towards a short. Will keep ANC at bay yet again.
First blood, it goes to Orangutan as expected, and for their efforts, ANC, they haven't found much in exchange for it. Now looking to regroup towards this A site. Now again, the problem here is just that there's so much that they have to deal with. The one-way is coming out of Casper possibly. As I say, it comes down. The Molly utility that will just let Iruma pick these players off bit by bit. The spray is there, the kills are there, and Orangutan, they're gonna be the ones on top. Now just Aya, 1v5, Sheriff in hand, Twirly on the hunt. Here's the sounds, looking for the kills, and it's gonna be Casper to get that final one. Orangutan gonna get to double digits.
OGX really not giving any sort of comfort to ANC, and I feel like ANC, they're a little befuddled because it does seem like they're getting the space they want to and getting to the points of where they really want to stage an attack of. But again, OGX, once their traps have been sprung, there's very little ANC can do. Ivory still has that neural theft and hasn't really reared its head. And I think stylistically, because OGX loves to play so far back, it's causing match problems for Cypher as a sentinel.
I haven't seen much of Cypher, sadly, and honestly I can understand why, because Killjoy is just so much better. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but in a way, sometimes I do feel bad that Cypher doesn't find his full value, and I think the main part of that is because he's so passive compared to how you can really play those other sentinel classes here. Very excited to see how Deadlock will fit into the meta once she becomes meta, quote unquote. For now, though, for ANC, they finally have a buy together. They have that neural theft that you mentioned, and they are also just one off that showstopper. Iruma with the off angle, looking to take these confrontations head to head, and will indeed find the head of Aya.
Huge indeed, and that's what we've been needing from ANC. But so far, the follow-up has taken quite a bit of time. Ivory still has not let that neural theft rip. And just the initiating power and the post-plant strength of Killjoy somewhat overshadow Cypher. I think they're just about in the same class of how good they are depending on the map and depending on the play style. But ease of use is definitely going in the way of Killjoy. She's just so reliable no matter what the situation.
30 seconds
she's
left.
not gonna have that much range in terms of working. But we've seen a lot of
Covering
teams
it.
just kind of play that death ball style, and
Pulling them
OGX
in.
and ANC, they're no strangers to that.
Talking about strangers, so Casper gonna be alone on site in strange waters, looking to deal with the onslaught coming their way here. First wants to go short showers, shots going wide, not able to connect, and that lets ANC set up this post plan. Seeker's coming out right now to get in position. Gwen has to win this fight, but Japeet's just moving her positioning. Once again, Lotus, there's gonna be yet another player to deal with, but Ivory will come out on top this time around. Additional pressure being exerted by the showstopper here, but it's not gonna really find anything. And in a 2v1,
enemy
that smoke going
standing.
down, it's gonna fall down to Ivory and Trix. How much more can she do with Casper trying to take this fight?
Oh my
The
gosh.
there for both these teams is just a distraction. And Emmy gets the kill. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that, but everyone else is
Oh my goodness. Eruma hit. They hit him with the look at me. Look at me. Don't look at me. You know?
surprise.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Sup- It's okay. Don't be. I was very surprised. I'm just telling you. I was very surprised. But again, ANC, man, I thought Ivory could have let that neural theft pop just so they have that extra layer of information, despite being. Whoa, how did Tuya get over there? Oh, okay. Never mind. I got a little distracted. But anywho, going back and refocusing our lenses towards the game, Emmy and this operator have been pretty much inseparable for the last 5 or so rounds. And ANC, they look to be a little more assertive towards this B main position. Twirly, though, in pretty much a very, very committed corner, will actually be dealt with as she tries to cross. But Japeeps, who's been a terror on this side, and Elbow specifically, will not let that go unpunished.
Just find that crucial trade here, and I think it's a good one because with Tuya going down, they no longer have Smith available. And he gets spotted out at the very least, but it's gonna be the Hunter's Spear to try and push her out of position. Will in fact connect and find that final kill here, and that
I've got your trail.
position as well, forcing her to move around here. That actually works in her favor.
One
She's
enemy
able to
remaining.
isolate these five these
down,
kills, and
B.
now it's just going
One
to be
enemy
a 1v1.
remaining.
Aya
got the
finally
spike.
taking down Aruma. Casper, though, knows that the spike has to go down, knows that things could possibly be in her favor if she plays her cards right, and Aya has to be precise with this.
Casper looking
Spike
to be
planted.
fairly unfriendly here. The Nova Pulse is going to whip and just give her space, but Casper, a little translucent, a little transparent. At 140, please, was the final call, apparently. I think Casper agrees just a little bit. Looks like she's going to retrieve the op for now, I think. Yeah, there you go. And like we mentioned, like, how? 140. If I had Phantom, if I had a Vandal, it's one of those things.
It's so painful when you headshot somebody and they still don't die, and
Match
that's gonna
point.
get Orangutan to match add series points, one away from moving on in that lower bracket. And this is one of the teams that I feel really thrives in the lower bracket, right? Quite often we see them sent down early on, but they really make a commitment and fight to make it back towards that semi-final or even the grand final sometimes, like we saw in stage 1. So not a team that can really be underestimated here. Definitely demonstrating the kind of caliber that they have individually, especially considering that this is a team where 2 of their players have only been around since that last Open. That roster stability is just building up, but you can really see why that synergy was put into place.
Oh yeah, and you know, we talked about this Aruba pick as well. Our big scythe and Emmy, target-rich environment, will derail me from a point momentarily as she has to refocus and resume that scope. ANC, just a little bit of room, but there's already a trap waiting to be sprung here. 3 players to deal with this heavy ANC stack. And they bulldoze their way, finding Twirly. However, Ivory might be needing that neural theft soon. And those traps in a post plant.
Spike planted.
It's a Blade Storm. And they can honestly use this to all in this round. Aya has a little bit of space to work. And hopefully her gun barrel does not get spotted here. Emmy takes to the skies, hoping to elevate the rest of her team with her. So far, there's a lot of security. He still gets the trade out. And every single thing is falling apart for ANC. Tuya, the call of greatness. She has to answer this. She has to clutch it out. That's the first, but the only kill she'll be getting. An OGX. That is going to be a clean 2-0, Zach.
Clean 2-0 indeed. It's like almost revenge for yesterday. Yesterday was also clean 2-0s, and it seems like on the mainstream we're gonna once again curse or bless, depending on your point of view, with the same for today. Talking about Orangutan though, huge kudos to them. They really went back to the drawing board, especially since they were playing those same maps again, just against a different team. It's very impressive that they were able to fix so many of their mistakes so quickly from yesterday. The micro adjustments, in particular, I was really impressed by their spacing on their attacking side on Pearl. They just look so much more comfortable while doing it, and it bodes well for the rest of the tournament for them.
And, you know, an Orangutan that's developing all that offense is just such a scary team to think about. They're really becoming that much more complete and that much more of a contender. But guys, this is going to be Raph and Zach signing out as we give you to our wonderful, wonderful panelists. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. What a game just now. Map 2, Series 2 Bind. It looked a little bit rocky for OGX, but on the second half, they do bring it back and take it home. Now, I have to say that their defense for OGX is just honestly a little bit better. Looking at how exactly they played, they didn't overextend. They were a little bit more, we saw a little bit more aggression in the first, I would say, the first half of the second half. But then we start to see a readjustment here, where they were understanding that each commit by ANC might not be a full commit. You see a lot of pressure put in from B main or B long perhaps, and they will just instead just pivot over to A through the teleporters, but there's no adjustments or movements, and because of that, I felt like OGX was super rewarded for that. I would say their patience.
Yeah, I think it's the passive control that OGX was able to apply on each of the sites, right? The things that were missing for ANC Anomaly No Charms were the crossfires that are supposed to be set up during the post-map. But OGX did so well during the defense that each and every time they would push through a site, you wouldn't expect 3 people peeking at you from different directions when all of that happens. And Emmy was a perfect example of that. Using the operator, she would be the first one to peek out through B long, try and bait out a shot from ANC, but when she confirms that, she does back away and, you know, reclaims a little bit of that space on the back of the site so that she is supported by her teammate. That's the biggest difference. And given OGX's performance for the defense, right, there were a lot of missed opportunities for ANC as well, missed opportunities for ultimates when you could have used that neural theft already to claim a little bit of info, and that wasn't done. You also tend to question their use of utility, especially with that 1v1 against Aya and Casper. She uses the guiding light to confirm for close information, but when it came down to the duel, you didn't have anything else to displace your opponent. That's why even with that headshot, Casper still stood on top and won that round. It is a little bit of an equal footing for the first few kills for that round, but in terms of conversion, OGX, they had everything swinging in their way for these round wins.
Yeah, and I feels like even though Twirly is the MVP, and I don't blame her because she was phenomenal that game. She was taking up a lot of space, just forcing ANC back off a lot of the site. In fact, making them just pivot toward another site altogether, which was honestly something that I would say is just huge for her on a race. But at the same time, my eyes were on Eruma because Eruma has managed to not only hold and anchor a site very well, her usage of utilities and how she and her teammates played with it gave them so much value in controlling the chokes, especially on A site choke and B main. Regardless for Twirly as well, I think that her not only is her usage of her ultimate, the showstopper, has been phenomenal. We saw a blind, I would say, use of her showstopper to take out tricks toward Halls or Elbow, but it's also her paint shells just really moved them out of the way. This time around though, it felt like for Emmy, she was very, I would say, not displaced, I think disabled by ANC because they're starting to read her plays very well. It wasn't until that they moved her away from the shotgun plays and more toward the op that they were given a lot more space, or she was given a lot more space to play a little bit more freely toward both sides in terms of her rotations as well as her aggression. Regardless, overall, I think that OGX played very well in terms of their defense. ANC definitely gave them a run for their money. Unfortunately, it was just not enough to stop the aggression coming through by, again, the very aggressive duo, which is Twirly as well as Emmy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you when it comes to Eruma as the Viper. Initially, you would expect for them to select a sentinel, right? But given that you also have that snake bite to make you vulnerable, and in round number 1 during the pistol round when OGX was on attack, they used the snake bite in combination with that paint shell to try and recover that round with that 2 pieces of utility that really turned everything around in the favor of OGX. And given that Aruma and as well as her smokes towards A short, it just really controls everything. They have the site on lockdown even without a sentinel utility, and that's what's amazing about the defense of OGX. Although we did see a bit of, a shining light from ANC during their defense when they tried to crawl back in, it just wasn't enough because they took things slow. But when the sides actually swap, you can't really take things slow during attack. You have to be at the same time slow. You have to be also quick on your feet. You have to be the one to set the pace. And I don't think that Anomaly No Charms were able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some aggressive, I would say, very explosive plays, and this is all courtesy of Trix. Again, she was, I would say, ahead of the team when it comes to those picks when it comes to attack. She was very, very proactive in making sure, understanding where each opponent is going to be. The matter of the fact is that it just feels like for Anomaly No Charms is that they were very displaced once again. They weren't able to play together as a team. And Trix, for a lot of time, I was quite surprised that she was actually entering the site with no initiation, barely any information because of the timing that came in from the utilities from her teammates. Whereas, like when you expected to see, the recon come through, it was a little bit late. It was during the post plan instead of her entering the site, or maybe the flash as well. They weren't able to really, I would say, time it properly to let her go on the site. Regardless, Trix played very well. She did manage to get those huge picks, managed to try that, but in the end of the day, when it comes to OGX as a unit, as a team, it was just a little bit better. With the hold coming in for Aruma, call her a controller, call her a sentinel, she does not move at all. Her Aruma's timings on the lurk has also been very, very big. But for now, I think we have an interview with Casper from OGX. Let's see what she has to say about the game today. Hi Casper, it's been a while since we last spoke to you. How do you feel right now coming in from the first game of the lower bracket?
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, I can hear you, Casper. Hi.
Okay. Yeah, it was a good game. Like, we are confident. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, we could see the confidence oozing from your plays, especially during the defensive rounds. But I think I want to go back to the map of Bind, right? During the first half, you had a 5-1 score, but then everything stopped when the team of Anomaly No Charms won that thrifty round. What did you guys do, and what happened during those rounds that did not really empower you to get more rounds during the offense?
I think there were like a little bit of miscommunications, and obviously it's a chaos in game. So yeah, it's just silly mistakes which cost us few rounds. So yeah.
Okay,
Well, I guess those mistakes have been it's been right already because you guys won at the 13-6. Go ahead, Tash.
I wanted to ask, for you, were you expecting Anomaly No Charms to come back really to play that strongly in the first half between you guys? A 6-6 half, I was expecting something a little bit more dominating. What do you think were the issues that you guys faced? And I know that you guys did call for a timeout there, but at the same time, what do you think was the biggest issue or the biggest obstacle from ANC?
I think ANC they were really fast rotating, and we were forcing fights we shouldn't have. I think we should have played more on crossfires rather than taking individual fights. There were some missing comms from all the sides of players, and obviously the team was not, they were too strong. Cannot say that they were just not good. They were too strong. Obviously, it was a tough fight for us as well.
And I think you mentioned, right, you did right your wrongs earlier on during the first half, which we saw. And we know that Emmy is new to the team. She just joined you guys for Open 2. And how has it been adjusting with Emmy? Has she been putting a lot of work with you guys, working together and putting in the synergy and chemistry in?
I mean, she's a very good, like, she's one. I mean, like, first it was hard for us to adjust, but with time, I feel she's the best teammate like I've ever played with. She's understanding. She's trying to adjust with us, and we are trying to adjust with us, and it's just everything is just in the sync, and it's just fitting properly.
Okay.
It's great to hear. A good adjustment, a good addition to the team. Thank you so much, Casper.
Yeah, thank you so much, Casper. I'm looking forward to see your lower bracket run again. So we'll see you guys soon. Bye, Casper.
So yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Wow, what a game it has been here. I think, again, I really wanted to ask her, but we ran out of time. I really wanted to ask her why or how they feel about going through the roller bracket run, but I guess we'll just have to let their game speak for itself as we come toward the end of the day here on the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Open 3 desk. So tomorrow there will still be games, but it'll be only one series coming till tomorrow, and we have seen 2 teams go home today. And again, this is our brackets for today, where we see Global Esports X as well as ANC now out of the picture. We're going to be seeing RRQs to see who will be going up against them, and NWJ will be going up against Orangutan X to see who will be going up toward the, I would say, the semifinals. And finally, SMG will be going up against FULLSENSE, which I think is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a banger, and it's going to be probably a sneak peek of the grand finals, if you would want to say, if you would want to call that, because SMG and FULLSENSE Saphire, they did play the championship for Open 2, but Team SMG, they won, but it wasn't as close as we expected it to be. SMG won a 3-2, so FULLSENSE Saphire, for sure, they have prepared for this moment, and I will be surprised if they make SMG a run for their money if they go down to the lower bracket, which is an entirely a different side to see.
Oh, I think I've mistaken. I think Global Esports has not been. Sorry about that. The game is still going on, so it's going to be Deviant Topaz versus Global Esports, I believe, right now, still happening. So the winner of that will be going up against RRQ tomorrow. NWJ will be going up against OGX. I'm really looking forward to the second series, I think, because NWJ is just a team that really surprises me. I really want to see where they can go from here, because again, in Open 2, OGX had a stellar run. Let's see if they will be challenged.
Yeah, I think OGX did show and pour their hearts out in the 2 games that we saw earlier on. We thought that it would be close, right? We predicted it to be close, even back end while we were discussing that, okay, we have a game now to see. It might be a 2-1, but no, OGX has really improved all throughout Open 1 and 2. And I'm excited for that matchup for tomorrow, because NWJ, right? Sorry, I was gonna say New Jeans. The NWJ.
No,
right?
Don't do
they made
Haven
Haven close. Yeah. They made Haven close for Team SMG, so I think that's an exciting matchup for tomorrow.
It is going to be an exciting matchup. If you guys want to know more, do follow FSL for all the updates on the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. Tashbunny here alongside Donut, signing off, and we'll see you guys very, very soon. Good night, everyone.